making a difference on the road. Whoa, one voice making a difference on the road to freedom. One voice making a difference on the road to freedom. One voice making a difference on the road to freedom. One voice making a difference on the road. Oh, 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 oh. One voice is making change. Our voice is making change. Our voice is making change. Whoa, our voice is making change. 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 I don't take credit for the walls, but I take credit for contribution. Cause I'm too silent today. I gotta speak up, I gotta speak up. Hey, don't take credit for the war, but I take credit for contributing. All my rights slipping away. One voice making a difference on the road to freedom. One voice making a difference on the road to freedom. One voice making a difference on the road to freedom. One voice making a difference on the road to freedom. One voice making a difference on the road to freedom. One voice making a difference on the road to freedom. One voice making a difference on the road to freedom. One voice making a difference on the road. On the road. Thank you. Yay! Thank you. Awesome. Yes. So we're going to have one more song, and then we're going to have our welcome speeches, and then we're going to march. You guys are excited, right? Peace for Syria, peace for Venezuela, peace for Colombia, peace for Honduras, peace for Yemen, peace for Palestine, peace for Gaza, peace for the United States, peace for our brothers and sisters in the inner cities, peace for the whole world. So one more song.
Oh my God. Look at this.
I'm a misfit in a nation of well-intentioned bullies. While you build fences, I flee the battlefields. My blood runs red, my heart beats blue. Tell me, does your ballad make a master of you? Or did they trick you again, my friend, with promises to make you a richer, better man, to tax you less for the homes they stole, to fill your cup with the water they own, to sell you insurances to soothe your pain, to pump wonder drugs into your veins. Which side are you on? You beg of me. How can you not care? You bargain me. In the land of knaves and dupes, I'll be a renegade without a country. In the land of knaves and dupes, off in the fringes where I'll be. Canceled me into your book of misbegotten laws. While you pledge allegiance, I dig in my claws. My blood runs blue, my heart beats red. Tell me, does your vote help you rest in bed? 'Cause the charms they sell will make a debtor of you. 'Cause the world they bestow upon the chosen few. 'Cause the rights they sell will make a debtor of you. You've been bought and sold as their token emblem. Which side are you on? I beg of you. How can you not care? I beg you. In a land of knaves and dupes, I'll be a renegade without a country. In a land of knaves and dupes, off in the fringes where I'll be. Cancel my subscription. Won't sign the petition. I'm rewriting my own script. I'm working on in a land of knaves and dupes. I'll be a renegade without a country. In a land of knaves and dupes, off in the fringes where I'll be. Which side are you on?
Thank you. We'll hear more from Ariel and the Flamboyant Flannels at the rally. We have so many great speakers and musicians. We have an embarrassment of riches. So I'm going to introduce the grand poobah of our march. And Joel, can you come up, please? So we're going to have the welcome in both English and Spanish, but can we move this so we can stand up here? Thank you. Thanks. So thank you everybody for being here. Right now I feel like I want to say that I'm marching today for my son Casey, who was killed in Iraq, and for my sister Dee Dee, who died from breast cancer last year, because she would be here if she could. I want everybody to take like 10 seconds. Think of your mother, your sister, your aunt, whomever who was a strong advocate for peace and who would be here. Think of the women in all the countries that the U.S. is currently bombing and occupying. Think about the poor oppressed women in our own country that we march for. I'm going to count down from 5 and yell out the name of the person you're marching for today. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you, everybody. So now I'm going to introduce the grand poobah of our march, Malachi Kilbride. You'll notice he's not a woman, but you might observe that when he comes up. But he has been helping us here in Washington, D.C. Very much with this march. Malachi's a person, when I have anything here, he's always on board. And then Joel from Chelsea Unite Against the War is going to translate it into Spanish, because we want everybody here to feel welcome. So there you go. And then after that, Malachi will tell us how to line up and stuff for he'll give us the logistics for the march.
Thank you, Cindy. Yes, so I'm here to welcome you. So welcome. I've lived in the DC area for a long time. I just recently moved to Baltimore, but welcome. It's really good to see this turnout here today. I'm very much aware that on the face of things, we all had a choice to be here today. We didn't have to be here, but we chose to come. And I think you're like me in the sense that we could do no other. We had to be here today. We know it's our responsibility to confront this war machine. This march could very well likely be a turning point in the anti-war movement in the United States. and we need to make it that. We cannot continue to have these wars going. And you are very much aware, as I am, that many of our fellow residents and citizens of this country are not aware that we are militarily engaged in at least 7 countries right now. We have hundreds of military bases and installations all over the planet. And we are paying for future wars and past wars, but it's the future wars we need to be very mindful of right now. This is another reason why we're marching today. Because when you pay for war, you're going to get war. And we have a responsibility to stop that. We know since 9/11 we've been lied to into this continuous cycle of wars that we must stop. Here we are outside of the perimeter of the Pentagon. But that's not where the wars are just waged and planned. Look around us. These buildings around here have war contractors. This is the concentration of the military-industrial complex in the United States. Arlington County, up the road in Roslyn, it's no different. All of those skyscrapers you see up there that aren't residences are contractors. Half the people up there are in uniform, working for the Pentagon, and the other half are suits, also working for the Pentagon. But it's no different. We're all immersed in this system of war making, no matter where we are in this country. And we have to put a stop to it. We have to speak out. As you know, I'm preaching to the choir right now. But today, this will be our turning point. And if we have to come back next year, we will. But we're going back to our communities to say the war machine is sucking the life out of all of us, and we must stop it.
Raise your voices.
So listen, in a few moments we're going to march from here. The Pentagon is that way. This is Hayes Street, South Hayes Street. We're going to process up to Army Navy Drive. We're going to go right, and we're going to walk about a block or two to Fern Street, and we're going to go left into the Pentagon. So let's stick together. Let's be loud. Let's be one community.
Non-violent.
And non-violent. And now, my friend, thank you.
And keep the police aware of that.
Buenas tardes, público latinoamericano. Podemos estar en otro lugar, pero decidimos estar aquí en Washington para demostrarle a este genocidio del presidente que estamos en contra de la guerra de todo el mundo. Somos Chelsea uniéndose en contra de la guerra, una organización basada en Chelsea, y como pueden ver aquí estamos todos y estamos marchando. Vamos a ser breves, pero vamos a ser fructíferos. Simplemente estamos repudiando la guerra, el bombardeo de Estados Unidos en todos los países del mundo. Ahora quiero que todos nosotros, los hermanos y hermanas latinoamericanos, y todos estemos cuidándonos uno al otro para que podamos salir bien de esta marcha. Y eso es todo, compañeros.
El pueblo
unido jamás será vencido.
El pueblo
unido jamás será vencido.
El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido.
Okay, so who has the lead banner?
I do.
Oh, you do, Cindy. Who's going to carry the lead banner?
Necesito
So Cindy's gathering our friends to do the lead banner. I believe there is also supposed to be musicians or drummers towards the front. So Cindy is going up to the street here, and the police need to be notified that we're about to take to the streets. And could we please have at least one person who would be willing to carry our sound system here? Ben was very generous to play music for us earlier.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's live on Facebook.
Could we get at least one volunteer?
to carry rain is over here. Okay.
Sorry? Oh yeah, I mean, I do some I've been yeah, I live here in DC. I travel, but I mean, 80%. I see these yellow signs a lot. The Answer Coalition.
And then we need about 6 people to help us carry banners. We have some banners over here. We need about 6 people. Going one, going twice. You have people. So, Arlington County Police, we're getting ready to go into the streets.
So you can hear the sirens. The streets are being shut down. The cops are aware that they're going to start walking into the streets, so they're going to start blocking and redirecting traffic so that these guys can go onto the streets without any kind of direct confrontation with cars. So I don't think I got a chance to actually talk on the live stream yet. So obviously I'm Fort Fisher.
So who's here
and
for the
we're here
Answer
at
Coalition
the
today?
Women's March on the Pentagon. And to be clear, this is not related officially with the Women's March that happens on January 20th of each year. The Linda Sarsour movement. This is kind of a totally separate group. These people are much further left. It's a kind of coalition of communist, socialist, party, that kind of thing.
Who else is here?
A lot of people who came in from around the country, but this is definitely a harder left crowd.
So people are entering the street. If we could do that in an orderly fashion as best activists can do, that would be wonderful. I heard there's a Marxist feminist group here.
Here they go, entering the streets, which have been blocked off by the Arlington County cops.
Alright, what does democracy look like? This is what democracy looks like. Tell me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Tell me what democracy looks like.
What's up? I like that shirt. Yeah. What's up, man? Hey. I didn't know you were going to be here. I didn't either, yeah. You are going to stick out like a sore thumb. That's the plan. But I know you're on message. So cool. Glad you're here.
How you doing, bro?
Awesome. Hey, let's go. Oh, man.
All 4 of us came together.
The gang's all here. Wow.
Are you Fort Fisher?
Yeah.
Hey, Brian Becker. You were on my show on Loud and Clear, Sputnik, a couple weeks ago.
Right. Yep. I remember. Awesome.
I did it in person.
So the Libertarian Party's Mises Caucus is here, which is definitely the furthest right out of the people who showed up here. Like I said to them, they're going to stick out like a sore thumb.
Peace, not war!
we go too fast. The Pentagon might take us as a threat if we go too fast. Do you have any, like... Out of the shopping malls into the streets. 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 Into the streets. Out of the shopping malls into the streets.
Thank you for being here.
All right, let's move a little bit slow.
The 9/11 Truth Movement is the peace movement, to a great extent.
Architects and engineers.
Richard Gage, a friend of mine. I was in New York for the first time in his 17th anniversary. We went to Antietam on the way back. The first Republican said, "We are the revolutionists." The first Republican said, "We are the revolutionists." We need a new birth of freedom. Right makes might.
Yeah, basically.
Live stream on Facebook. Find the stream. If they share, onward.
Money for peace and education, not for war and occupation. I need somebody who's better at chants to take the chant microphone. I'm a terrible chant person. Unidos! Tell me what democracy looks like!
This is what democracy looks like!
Tell me what democracy looks like!
This is what democracy looks like!
Tell me what democracy looks like!
This is what democracy looks like!
Peace, not war!
Peace, not war!
Peace, not war!
Peace, not war!
Ho ho! Trump has got to go!
Ho ho!
War has got to go! Ho ho! Hey hey! War has got to go! Hey hey! Ho ho! War has got to go! Hey hey! Ho ho! War has got to go! Hey hey! Ho ho! War has got to go! Hey hey! Ho ho! War has got to go! Hey hey! Ho ho! War has got to go! Peace, not war! 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 Peace, not war!
Hey.
El pueblo unidos jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido.
Look, this is my favorite journalist.
Unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. Unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido.
Exactly, it's louder when it's
No justice. No peace. No justice.
No peace.
No justice.
No peace.
No justice. U.S. out of the Middle East. Out of the Middle East. U.S. out of the Middle East. No justice. No peace. No justice.
Some people are asking where exactly are they. Just to clarify, they started at the Pentagon City Mall. The Pentagon City Mall is maybe a half mile or so from the Pentagon itself, so it's the closest metro stop. So they're currently marching on basically a 4-lane highway that the police have stopped traffic for them, and that's going to take them to the Pentagon itself.
From Iraq to Palestine, occupation is a crime. From Iraq to Palestine, occupation is a crime. From Iraq to Palestine, occupation is a crime. From Iraq to occupation is a crime. From Iraq to Palestine, occupation is a crime. From Iraq to Palestine. No justice.
No peace.
No justice.
No peace.
No justice.
No peace.
Out of the U.S. out of the Middle East. No justice. No peace. No justice. No peace. No justice.
No peace.
No justice.
No peace.
U.S. out of the Middle East.
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 El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. 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 No justice. No peace. No justice. No peace. No justice. No peace. U.S. out of the Middle East. No justice. No peace. U.S. out of the Middle East. No justice. No peace. U.S. out of the Middle East. No justice. No peace. U.S. out of the Middle East. No justice. No peace. U.S. out of the Middle East. No justice. No peace. U.S. out of the Middle East. Occupation is a crime.
I don't even know what they stand for right now. They're just not.
Occupation is a crime. Occupation is a crime.
Want to do a little what the Mises Caucus is doing here kind of thing?
So, one of the main things that we're about is the military-industrial complex and being anti-war, and I think that's integral to the libertarian message, and that's what gave the Ron Paul movement such a boost, was his staunch anti-warness. And I wish there was more libertarians here, but there isn't. So somebody's got to come out here and represent that message on our behalf, and that's going to be the Mises Caucus. So we also, you know, the fact of the Federal Reserve being the heart and soul of the military-industrial complex and the empire is an important topic of discussion in this whole thing.
I think that some people might be surprised to see the Libertarian Party or the Mises Caucus in particular marching with, most of these people are anti-capitalist, period.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, you'll find socialists, communists, etc.
Yeah.
Can you talk about that kind of coalition? How do you see those things mixing?
I've been trying to work with the Greens to put together an anti-war coalition, and what I found to be a winning formula is just we agree to not talk about economics. You know, and if you can put that out there and accept that each other is different and put it aside, that can lead to the most productive.
As long as we maintain an honest level of separation based on our differences and agree to come together only on the issues that we agree with, we
we don't try to co-opt each other based on trying to say the other label is this, that, or the other thing that it's not.
Have you had any issues here so far, or has it been?
No.
I've gotten one hell yeah Mises, so I didn't expect to hear that.
All right, fair enough. We'll see you around.
Peace, man. Thanks, Lord. I just saw you the other day.
Stop the killing, stop the hate. 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't want a legal war. 5, 6, 7, 8. Stop the killing, stop the hate. 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't want a legal war. 5, 6, 7, 8. Stop the killing, stop the hate. 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't want a legal war. 5, 6, 7, 8.
Do you mind doing a little thing?
Not yet.
Okay.
He's won't let go of my hands.
All right, fair enough.
Money for jobs and education. Money for jobs and education. Not for wars and occupation. Not for wars and occupation.
You're live streaming the whole
Money
thing then.
for jobs.
Yeah.
Trying to do it beginning to end. Facebook forces you to stop at 4 hours, so it might make me do a second one as soon as it goes that long.
For jobs and
How do I post to it on?
not for wars and
So
occupation.
the Facebook page is called
Money for jobs and
You should be able to find it in your
education.
share, and
Not
then
for
let you
wars
share
and
it to pages, profiles,
Money
groups.
for
You have to
jobs
do copy
and
link
education.
to put it into
Not
an
for
event.
wars.
It doesn't have a button directly to
Money
share it to
for
it.
jobs and education. Not for wars and occupation.
Lose the number.
I fucked it up.
No, it actually found it.
Okay.
I'm glad that Facebook's actually smart enough to know what you meant. So here it is, and then you can say share and
Okay. I think I got it. Yeah.
copy link will let you just like paste it into anything you want, or you can just share them. Yep.
Money for jobs and education. And occupation. Money for jobs and education. Not for wars and occupation. Money for jobs and education. Not for wars and occupation.
What does it say on the other side? Do you want to fight? Do you mind if I ask you what the flag's about?
Oh, we're at the Pentagon.
Yeah.
And we don't want war. We want peace. We want Trump to stop stomping his feet all around this world. and irritating everybody. We love Canada. We love Mexico. The people want peace, not war. Stop stomping your feet, Trump. Listen to the people.
Is it just Trump? Is it just Trump, or is this kind of a wider issue?
Oh, Kavanaugh, you're in with the Nazis.
All right, fair enough.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
I was arrested on the Hart Senate floor protesting Kavanaugh.
Was that a Guantanamo Bay?
I filmed most of those. I was there for like 8 out of 10 of the days of that. Yeah.
I was at the
Which day was it?
I was at the 1,000 Goddesses gathering at Constitution Garden yesterday. We were.
Oh, you were arrested yesterday?
No. I was at the 1,000 Goddesses.
Right.
At Constitution Garden yesterday, doing light work.
Right. Okay.
Light work. Do you know what light work is?
I should catch up to this, but let me see. I'll get back to you.
No, don't bother.
How many people do you think there are approximately? I'm gonna go with maybe about 300 would be my guess. This is the money shot, right? Sorry? Yeah, well, I think that's why they're doing this like further parking lot, so that doesn't apply.
We're going to go to the other side of the Pentagon here.
Right, but as we get there, I want them to know that we have arrived. And we are too quiet for a crowd that is fighting for peace. Here I am. My voice is going, so you're going to have to help me here, okay? We need for you to yell. So as when I put up my hand, that means a rallying cry. Ready? Woo! Come on, yes, come on.
Workers are in the building, so they will hear you. They work on Sundays too. Get loud, stay loud.
Come on, we want Trump to know. We want Trump to know why we are here today. Come on. I want you to give an Indian rally cry. Imagine what an Indian did when their country here was taken over, when their land was taken over. So when I put up my hand, I want you to give an Indian rallying cry. Ready? Woo! Peace, no war. 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 Tell me what democracy looks like. Tell me what democracy looks like. Tell me what democracy looks like. Tell me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
Tell me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
Tell me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
Tell me what democracy looks like. Tell me what democracy looks like.
Lou Welge, L-E-W-W-E-L-G-E. Lou Welge at gmail.com. Where are you from? I'm from Florida.
Good to see that.
Where are you from?
Here in D.C.
Yeah, I grew up in this area.
Tell me what democracy looks like. This is 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 what democracy looks like. Peace, no war.
up here. This one is the Pete Seeger song. You heard it earlier. Yeah. Bring 'em home is the part that you sing, okay? If you want this world to break free, bring 'em home. Bring 'em home. Bring all troops back from overseas. He'll make the Congress sad, I know. Bring 'em home. Bring 'em home. They want to nominate the home. Bring 'em home. Here is their big fallacy. Bring 'em home. Bring 'em home. They can't win with weaponry. Bring 'em home. Bring 'em home. We're gonna get the chords here a little bit. The world's got hunger and ignorance. Bring 'em home. Bring 'em home. You can't beat that with bombs and guns. Bring 'em home. Bring 'em home. If you want this world to break free, bring 'em home. Bring 'em home. Bring all troops back from overseas. Bring 'em home. Bring 'em home. Now I may be right, I may be wrong. Bring 'em home. Bring 'em home. But I've got a right to sing this song. Bring 'em home. Now there's one thing I will.
Kat commented asking how many people are marching. It's really hard to guess sometimes in these situations, so you know, bear with me, but I'm gonna say maybe 300 or 400.
If an army occupied my land, bring 'em home. Bring 'em home. I'd fight back every way I can. Bring 'em home. Bring 'em home. Even in the killing zone. Bring 'em home. Bring 'em home. Where they fly the killer drone. Bring 'em home. Bring 'em home. So if you want this world to break free, bring 'em home. Bring 'em home. Bring all troops
justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace.
On Facebook, that's the name of the page on Facebook.
U.S. out of the Middle East, no justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. U.S. out of the Middle East, no justice, no peace. U.S. out of the Middle East, no justice, no peace. U.S. out of the Middle East, no justice, no peace. U.S. out of the Middle East, no justice, no peace. U.S. out of the Middle East, no justice, no peace. U.S. out of the Middle East, no justice, no peace. U.S. out of the Middle East, no justice, no peace. 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 U.S. out of the Middle East, no justice, no peace. U.S. out of the Middle East, no justice, no peace. U.S. out of the Middle East, no justice, no peace. U.S. out of the Middle East. All right, everybody. So look to your left. Why are we here? Why are we marching on the Pentagon? We're marching on the Pentagon because we believe that the war machine and the military-industrial complex is in charge. And we're here to say no, women are in charge. And our allies, women and our allies who are out here supporting us are in charge. Now, this is a women's march on the Pentagon with our allies here with us. Can we let the women go first as we get to the rally? Please, let's let the women come, and let's let the men and children, women and children. It's not like men can't come, but can you let the women come and march with me? Come on, women. Women, let's go. We have a lead banner. Let's go, women. Let's go. Okay, now, the military and the police state should be shitting their pants right now. Yeah. Because we women are not going to back down, and we're not afraid. We're here to say we're going to save our children, and we're here for all the children of the world. We're saying Trump drops 100, well, the Trump regime drops 100, how many bombs a day? 120 bombs a day or something like that? Okay, there's a lot of bombs dropping every day on the women and children of the world. And there's no reason. They're not our enemies. We're not afraid of them. They don't want to hurt us. And we don't want to hurt them. So let's go, women. Let's go and get them. And we're not going to stop until they stop. This is not a movement because Trump. This is a movement because war. Right. This is a movement because war. And this isn't a reactionary movement. This is the start of a women-led movement to end war. So thank you. And I just want to thank all of our men who are out here to support us, to support the women. And we're going to go forward. And this is not the end. This is the beginning. I'm crying for everybody who gets killed in these wars. But I'm also crying for joy that we're all out here and we're all courageous enough to say, enough is enough. Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit has to end right now. So we'll get back to the chanting. We're almost there. We have great speakers and great musicians.
Come on, join us. We need you. We need your voices.
So just come follow everybody. Just follow the person in front of you.
Tell me what democracy looks like.
democracy looks like. Tell me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
Tell me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
Tell me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
Tell me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
Tell me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
Tell me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
Tell me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
Tell me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
Tell me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
Tell me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
Tell me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
Tell me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
Tell me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Tell me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
Tell me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
Tell me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
Peace, no justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No peace. U.S. out of the Middle East. No justice, no peace.
U.S. out of the Middle East.
No justice, no peace.
U.S. out of the Middle East.
No justice, no peace.
No justice out of the Middle East.
No justice, no peace.
U.S. out of the Middle East.
No justice, no peace. No justice.
U.S. out of the Middle East.
No justice.
U.S. out of the Middle East.
No justice.
U.S. out of the Middle East.
No justice. No peace. No war. No peace. No war. No war. No peace. No war.
No peace.
No war.
No peace.
I can't hear you. Come on, my people. We're about to march into the Pentagon, and they need to know that we have arrived. We are almost there. Woo! Make some noise. Come on, I want to hear you. Make some noise. Woo! Y'all must be live in America. America is watching this. Black lives matter. 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 Black lives matter.
Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Black lives matter.
Iraqi lives matter. Iraqi lives matter.
News2share.com.
Iraqi lives matter. Iraqi lives matter. Iraqi lives matter. Palestinian lives matter. Pakistani lives matter. Pakistani lives matter. Pakistani lives matter. Palestinian 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 lives matter. Black 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 lives matter. Puerto Rican 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 lives matter. Honduran lives matter. Honduran lives matter. Honduran lives matter. Yemeni 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 lives matter. Iranian lives matter. Iranian lives matter. Iranian lives matter. Iranian lives matter.
Iranian lives matter. Iranian
with all these strong women that have arrived. So I want one more last rally call, because we came from all parts of the United States to verge upon and around the world to let the U.S. know that we don't want any more war. No war and more peace. Ready? When I put my hands up, one more rally cry. 1, 2, 3.
It's the banks. It's the banks. They're allowed to manufacture money out of thin air. It's called fractional reserve banking. It allows them to steal the value out of your money the same way as if they stuck their hand in your pocket and stole it that way. But because it allows them to buy up the media. It allows them to buy up the media, so all you get is distraction and deception and lies.
Okay, friends, we gotta go. Let's move on to our route around this bend. We're heading towards the north parking lot. Hey, hey!
Danny, what was this sign about?
Banks and governments is organized crime.
Right, but what does that mean? Can you expand on that?
Yeah, basically the banks and the government and the media work together to oppress us and to control us and to lead an economy that's based on war, profiteering, oppression, subjugation, and all these things. And there's a lot of people out here working. My man Howard brings these big signs to the events to try to bring attention to that cause. And I think that's what he's doing. Sometimes it's windy, it doesn't work out, but today it worked out all right.
All right,
thanks.
No Roxy in our Who shut it down? 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 Women shut it down. Who shut it down? Women shut it down. Who shut it down? Who shut it down? Who shut it down? Tell me what democracy looks like. 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 Tell me what hypocrisy 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 looks like. Tell me what democracy looks like. Tell me what democracy looks like. And tell me what hypocrisy looks like. Tell me what democracy looks like. And tell me what hypocrisy looks like. And tell me what democracy looks like. Tell me what hypocrisy looks like. Shame, 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 shame. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace.
Welcome to the show. We're going to gather after our march here. In moments, we're going to begin our rally. I realize a number of folks have to use our facilities. That's okay. How was the march? I don't remember the date, but it has been many years, maybe 10 or more years, since there's been a significant anti-war presence here at the Pentagon. So congratulations. What we're doing is rebuilding our anti-war movement in the United States, and we're all a part of that.
So we'll get started with the rally like Malachi said soon. If you're a speaker at the rally, you should know that you're a speaker, and we've communicated that with you. And or if you're part of the musicians, we're going to have a table over here by the van in like 5 minutes. So if you're a speaker, please come and check in and get your program and let us know that you're here. You guys are so quiet now. Does anybody know what time it is? Time to stop imperialism! That was a joke!
We need some duct tape if anyone has some. Who's got duct tape? For the banner. Okay, that's not duct tape. We need duct tape.
So where is everyone from? Where are you all from? New York. Jersey, California. Where? I can't. Philadelphia. Where? South Dakota. Rhode Island. Tacoma Park. Hey, Paul. Seattle. The Basque Country. Who else is here? Louder. Massachusetts, Columbia, Colombia, South America, Puerto Rico, Bolivia, where? North Carolina, where are you from? Los Angeles, California.
Colorado.
Where?
Colorado.
Colorado. Where? Jessup, Maryland. San Francisco. Who's the youngest person here? What age are you? 8, 7, 5. I think we have a winner. Who else? What age? 10. That's our future. That's what we're building that peace movement on.
Yeah. So again, speakers, musicians, media, check in over at this table. We have a first aid table that's going to be set up over here. So if you want to get hurt, go ahead. But don't get too hurt. We can only do like minor first aid. So if you want to get minor first aid hurt, it's okay. Can everybody hear? Can you guys back there hear? Raise your hand if you can hear us. Okay. So we're going to get started pretty soon. And what's wonderful is that we're right under the flight path of DCA. I don't know, they probably knew that when they told us to come out here. So what's really wonderful is that we have some indigenous women here who are going to open our rally. They're going to bless us as members. Some of us are members of the colonizers, or we're members or ancestors of colonizers. Descendants, thank you. They're our ancestors. We need to ask permission of the original people here to hold our rally, to cleanse the bad energy of the Pentagon, and to also bless us and our rally and our movement forward. So I'm going to invite our sisters from the Dragonfly Drum Group to do that. So please, sisters, come up.
Everybody, fight the power. We would just like to ask that you put your phones down and your cameras down for this part of the program. We understand there's a live stream, and that's possibly okay because we do want the rest of the world to know we're with them, and I know there's solidarity marches. But if you could put your phones down and your cameras down for this, just enjoy the prayer and pray with us. Thank you.
Mateo Mesiwa. Gran misterio. Dándole gracias al Creador por este día.
Great mystery, we're thanking the Creator for today.
Dueña del copal. Aliviame, levántame, cúrame, quítame todo que no me haga crecer. Ometeo Mesiwa, mitaku yeo yasim, all my relations.
Lady of Copal, lift me, heal me, make me good again. Take away everything that doesn't do good for me.
Tlazo Kamali Ometeo, Dueña del Copal, danos fuerza para seguir adelante.
Lady of Copal, give us strength so that we can continue going on.
No dejes que me entre el veneno, pero si entra, pues que entre y que me sane. Tlazo Kamali Aho.
Don't let poison get inside of me, but if it does, let it heal me. Aho.
Now we're going to ask permission of the four winds. We're going to start with the east, the west, the south, and the north. Can someone tell me where the east is? We're facing the east. Can everybody please face the east? Lluvia. One more. Okay, we just sang a song called Yo Sipsina, which means I am a child of God. Sorry that my voice sounds like crap. Get more over here, closer to me, Jen. Sandra? Pochli teskali poka quetzalco atonatiu. We see lo pochli teskali poka quetzalco atonatiu. Yana yana hey yana hey 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 yana yana hey yana hey 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 yana yana hey yana hey 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 yana yana hey yana Huitzilopochtli, Tezcatlipoca, Quetzalcoatl-Tonatiuh. Huitzilopochtli, Tezcatlipoca, Quetzalcoatl-Tonatiuh. Yana yana hey, yana hey 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 hey, yana yana hey, yana hey hey hey, yana yana hey, yana hey 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 hey, yana yana hey, yana hey hey hey. Huitzilopochtli, Tezcatlipoca, Quetzalcoatl-Tonatiuh. Huitzilopochtli, Tezcatlipoca, Quetzalcoatl-Tonatiuh. Yana yana hey, yana hey 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 hey, yana yana hey, yana hey hey hey, yana yana hey, yana hey 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 hey, yana yana hey, yana hey hey hey. Huitzilopochtli, Tezcatlipoca, Quetzalcoatl-Tonatiuh. Yana yana hey, yana hey 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 hey, yana yana hey, yana hey hey hey. Yana yana hey, yana hey 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 hey, yana yana hey, yana hey hey hey. I just want to say you guys are awesome and brave to come out here like this. And I want to say I have a really good-looking crowd here, you guys. And I love everybody out there. And if you love me, put your hand up like this. That way I know we're on the same page. Thank you.
So next we have a short message of solidarity from Charo Mina Rojas, who is an activist from Colombia. She works with African Colombian women there for their safety, and she works in Colombia for peace. So she has a message of solidarity from that community to ours.
Tell me what woman's power looks like. Tell me what woman's power looks like. From the traditional and ancestral territories, Black and Afro-descendant territories in Colombia, I want to bring greetings of joy, peace, and freedom. It is a pleasure, but also a great honor for me to be here and to have the opportunity to share with you our greetings and our message of solidarity for us, a country and territories that has suffered greatly from the racist, imperialist, homophobic war and militarization of and money from the U.S. It's very important that women here in the United States is standing up as we stand up in Colombia and our Afro-descendant territories, defending life, defending the environment, defending the water, defending the resources that this greedy country want for their own benefit. So it's very important, and I salute this mobilization. I salute the voice of women in this country. I salute that you are today standing up here, not just for you, but for all the women in the country and the world, not just for you, but for all the children in the world, not just for you, but all the people, for the Black people, my Black people in Colombia. And I would like that you know that at the same time, we are holding a very important struggle also in Colombia, sustaining and defending lands, territories, and resources that are patrimony of humanity. So it's very important for me to be today here. I think that this is also a very important moment for struggles to get together, to build transnational powers, because we understand that we are not on our own, that we cannot do it by ourselves. So we know we have you, and please know that you have us. Thank you very much. Power to women! power.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Bonnie Caracciolo. I'm kind of an unknown. I'm Cindy's number 2, in a good way. So I'm going to give you a little history of the Women's March on the Pentagon. It kind of started out as a joke between Ann Garrison, who is a journalist, and Cindy, who were kind of wondering why the women's marches that occurred directly after the election of Donald Trump didn't talk about war. There was never a discussion about war. We didn't see that. And some people have told me there were individual peace actions in different cities. But anyway, the media didn't give it any attention, so we didn't know about it. So they decided, they were kind of joking, and they said, "Hey, why don't we do a march?" Yeah, why don't we do a march on the Pentagon? That doesn't sound so crazy, does it? So we're like, yeah, why not? I mean, as long as the First Amendment is still intact, I mean, it might be in shreds, but it's still intact, okay? So we decided, well, I was kind of watching on the sidelines, and I said, wow, wouldn't that be a great idea? So I woke up the next morning to find that Cindy had made me the co-host of the Women's March on the Pentagon 2018 Facebook page. Go figure, my finest moment. So I thought, oh great, I'm a big shot on Facebook. Wow. So one thing led to another, and we took it seriously. And we still take it seriously, and it grew and grew and grew, just like a little acorn into a giant oak tree. Well, it might be a sapling right now, but we're pretty confident it's going to grow into a full-size oak. So with your help. So today is just the beginning. This isn't just a march, then we're going to roll up our backpacks and go to our various homes and forget about it. This is the beginning of a movement. We're hoping to bring all of you people and all the people you know and all the people that don't even know about us yet together to really start moving towards a peaceful world. It's going to only take a couple of years, Cindy said. I don't know. I'm like, are you sure? I've been doing this for like 50 years. She said, no, it's going to happen, Bonnie. It'll just be a couple of years. You just hang in there. So anyway, so I did, and so here we are. There are so many people to thank. All of you are here. Every single person that is about to speak or perform has donated their time and their travel. We started out with zero money back in January, and everybody said, why are you starting now? Why don't you do it now? What are you waiting for? We didn't have any money. We knew it was going to take time to get the funds and get the people involved and so forth. So please, when we introduce a speaker and bid them farewell, or a performer, give them like giant applause, because they're doing this on their own time, on their own dime. So without any further ado, I'm going to introduce probably one of the most exciting singers and performers and protest singers and performers, Sherry Bauer, who is going to give us a couple of songs and get our blood rushing again. Thank you and God bless.
Okay. All right. Hello. Oh, we'll move over here. I'm Sherry Bauer from Troy, New York. And I'm here to start off with a song called Love Me, I'm a Liberal by Phil Oakes. Hey, the powers of empire have drawn a line, and for the beginning of this country, they didn't think that we were going to cross it and confront them. And the liberal class has held that line. They are 10 degrees to the left of center when things are going well, and 10 degrees to the right of center when it affects them personally. Those are Phil Oak's words, and these songs are the thoughts that he held. I think that should hold it. These are the thoughts at that line. Dancing is loud. I cried when they shot Medgar Evers. Tears ran down my spine. I cried when they shot Mr. Kennedy, as I lost a father of mine. But Malcolm X got what was coming. He got what he asked for this time. So love me, love me, love me. I'm a liberal. I go to the civil rights rallies and I put down the old DAR. I love Harry and Sydney and Sammy. Hope every colored boy becomes a star. But don't talk about revolution. That's going a little too far. So love me, love me, love me. I'm a liberal. I cheered when Humphrey was chosen, my faith in the system restored. And I'm glad the commies were thrown out of the AFL-CIO board. I love Puerto Ricans and Negroes, as long as they don't move next door. Yeah, so love me, love me, love me. Yeah, I'm a liberal. I read the New York Times and the Nation. I've learned to take every view. I've memorized Klugman and Friedman. I feel like I'm almost a Jew. But when it comes to times like Korea, there's no one more red, white, and blue. Ah, so love me, love me, love me. I'm a liberal. I vote for the Democratic Party. They want the UN to be strong. I go to all them Pete Seeger concerts. Yeah, he sure gets me singing those songs. I'll send all the money you ask for, but don't ask me to come on along. So love me, love me, love me. I'm a liberal. Once I was young and impulsive. I wore every conceivable pin. Even went to the socialist meetings. Learned all the old union hymns. But I've grown older and wiser, and that's why I'm turning you in. So love me, 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 love me. I'm a liberal. Oh, I feel your pain. I do. Thank you, Phil. Still sadly relevant today. Cindy Sheehan went to Texas and she camped outside of that war criminal's house named George Bush. He lied about the Iraq War. And she asked him, what was that noble cause you speak about, that lie? Here's a song about the noble cause, what it is, and what it could be. Come gather round, ye peoples of the USA. There is a question we have asked, and it's not been answered to this day. When our presidents call on young and poor to fight for interests of the rich, A question rises in our souls. What noble cause is this? We ask, but no one answers. What noble cause is this? We're told the power and the might of the USA is best displayed when dropping bombs and blasting innocents away. As we drop bombs on wedding parties, hospitals and schools, we ask, how can a noble cause be bloody and so cruel? This bombing is illegal, it's bloody, and it's cruel. The war recruiters woo young souls of the USA to serve the country, see the world, and pack morality away. Soldiers become occupiers, killing people in their own lands. The noble cause becomes a hell by following commands. Did the war recruiter mention killing civilians on command? The fruited plains and spacious skies of the USA are treasures rare on Mother Earth, and she's passing fast away. The war machine spews toxic waste as much as it spews hate. The noble cause chokes Mother Earth, and we follow in her fate. Depleted uranium in our lungs, radiation on our plate. So we are here as citizens of the USA. We stand before the war machine and promise we'll not go away. You war hawks say your killing saves the world, but that's not true. You war hawks only save yourselves, and we know what we must do. The noble cause is clear now. We must get rid of you. So, 51 years ago on this very day, there was a permit granted to a group of protesters to lift the Pentagon, levitate and exercise the Pentagon. They changed it to 3 feet. We're going to throw it into outer space today, so if you want to get up and dance and warm up, I'm going to sing a chorus that I wrote. The words are, I'll sing it through 3 times. The words are, lift up the Pentagon, lift up the Pentagon, lift it into the sky, and then lift up the Pentagon, lift up the Pentagon, never let it come down again. And I think maybe we can end this rally early if we can lift it up and compare it to the celestial spheres. Lift up the Pentagon, lift up the Pentagon, lift it into the sky, and then lift up the Pentagon, never let it come down again. Lift up the Pentagon, lift up the Pentagon, lift it into the sky, and then lift up the Pentagon, never let it come down again. Lift up the Pentagon, lift it into the sky, and then lift up the Pentagon. We can do it. Never let it come down again. Lift it into the stars, throw it towards Mars. That's a good place for it. Hey, what do you know? A UFO has finally abducted it. Lift up the Pentagon, lift it into the sky, and then lift up the Pentagon, never let it come down again. Throw it towards the sun, show everyone that it's very small. Send it
into the light. That violent might will come to nothing at all. Lift up the Pentagon, lift up the Pentagon, lift it into the sky, and then lift up the Pentagon, lift up the Pentagon, never let it come down again. Throw it into a big black hole. Peace is our goal. Let it get lost in space. Pick flowers at war. That's what we're for. Peace will embrace this place. Pick up the Pentagon, pick up the Pentagon, pick it into the sky, and then lift up the Pentagon, lift up the Pentagon, never let it come down again. Lift up the Pentagon, lift up the Pentagon, lift it into the sky, and then lift up the Pentagon, lift up the Pentagon, never let it come down again. Yeah, still there. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. That was great. Hi, everybody. My name is Emma. Some of you might know me from all of the emails that we've sent out or our social media posts and stuff. If you don't know me from that, my name is Emma, and it's really nice to meet all of you guys. I've interacted with so many of you on the internet and on the phone, and it's so nice to see all of your faces here today. I can't really describe how amazing it is to see how big this crowd is and to see the turnout and to know that there are people right now across the country that stood in solidarity with us yesterday and today and across the world. People in Japan were standing up against the war machine in solidarity with the Women's March on the Pentagon, which is just incredibly moving because I know all of you know there's not too much I can tell you because you are here, you know why you're here, but this movement for peace against the bipartisan war machine is needed now more than ever. We're fighting a big battle. The U.S. imperialism is destroying things here at home and, of course, tons of things abroad. And I think it's really important that we bring the issue of the bipartisan war machine back in front of people, especially younger people right now, because it's easy to organize marches. People are protesting all the time. People do care about things, but they don't realize that most of what they care about can be traced back to the fact that war is leading our economy, that we are the war machine. Our country, we are on the wrong track. If you care about healthcare, if you care about education, if you care about the environment, you also need to care about war and you need to stop war, because that is ruining all of those things. And if we don't stop the war machine, we cannot solve any of those other problems. So I'm really happy to see everybody here, and I'm really motivated that we can finally bring this issue in front of all of those people who care about those things. And I'm just so happy to see you all. Thank you for being here. I don't want to take up too much time because we have amazing speakers here today. And this is just beautiful. Thank you for being here. Enjoy your time and talk to each other and network with each other, because that's what I've loved so much about being here, is feeling empowered and feeling motivated that there are people who care. Because when you go home, sometimes you don't see people that agree with you. You don't see people who understand what's going on. But seeing you all here invigorates me and gives me more energy to keep fighting and to go forward. So make sure you turn to your neighbors and you say hi and you get to know each other while you're here. I'd like to introduce the next speaker. If Walter Teague could join me on the stage. He is a member of the Women's March on the Pentagon Advisory Committee. So he's been with us since the beginning. He has been a progressive activist since the 1960s, and he was actually a participant in the 1967 March on the Pentagon, which is amazing. So I'd like him to take the mic and share with you a little bit about himself.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. I have a question. I've already seen some of my old friends here, a few people that were there in 1967 or here in 1967. So my first question is, if you were here in 1967 or active even at that time, please raise your hand and hold it up high. Okay, I don't know how many, but there's a lot. I had a long speech, I'm not going to give it. But I am want to say a couple of things. In 1967, the peace movement at that time was growing and big, but it was in conflict. The main leadership was very scared of the young people, the radical people, the people of color, indigenous groups. And so the march began across the river in front of the Lincoln Memorial, 100,000 people. And about half, when the speakers and the music were finished, 50,000, half of those people came across here, came down that embankment over there. There was no road in the way here. And eventually, some of them even got inside the Pentagon. And then the rest of them ended up camping out on the steps on the front of the Pentagon. Amazing. The real story was incredible. But there was a difference between then and now. And I want to say thank you to all of you, because I know you are different in a very important way. This is a crowd of people that's not scared of saying or using the word imperial or empire. In 1967, if you used that word, people would turn away, get nervous. And when they were having these many speakers and music for many hours at the Lincoln Memorial, they had finally, under a lot of pressure from my friends, accepted a Vietnamese American speaker. Imagine, a Vietnamese American speaker. Nguyen Van Lui. I put his name up over there for anyone who wants to copy it on that little white sign. He was an incredible man. And they were afraid of what he would say because he was Vietnamese, right? He'd received awards from the OSS in the Second World War because he helped against the Japanese Empire. Well, they said, we got to see a speech beforehand. We got to make sure, you know? So we gave it to him, a 2-page speech. And Nguyen got up and he started reading it, and he got halfway through, and the leadership cut off his mic. Now here's a Vietnamese speaker, a man of incredible background and history and so forth, and they cut him off. Well, you know, that was how things were back then. All right? But today, you are here and you are part of a willingness to stand against empire. One of the things I want to say, I was a social worker and a psychotherapist for many years. I figured out that we needed a lot of help, you know, because the peace movement has never adequately dealt with how empires stay in power. How do they get power, and how do they stay in power? And the truth isn't just wars. Wars is how they make money, of course. And how they stay in power is through the use of trauma, all kinds of trauma. And it isn't just something that happens and then goes away. Anybody who's, you know, knows about trauma or how it affects human beings knows if it happens when you're a small child, it's likely to turn into shame, and shame buries itself and hides. And now you've got generational trauma being passed on. Okay, one last thing. There's this phrase which we all have heard lately, more frequently. It's a good phrase, and people say, speak truth to power. I think I see some signs. Speak truth to power. I have a suggestion. Let's improve on that. Let's not speak truth to power. Sometimes they don't even want to listen. Let's speak truth about power. Let's speak about how power is misused, how it gets in place, how it's sustained, how it does harm to the whole planet. Because if we don't deal with the empire, we're going to be dealing with C3, catastrophic climate change. Okay? I got some t-shirts in the truck if anybody wants them going over when I'm finished. But I'm saying let's pass this on. Every time somebody says, yes, she's speaking truth to power, let's say, great, but now let's speak truth about power. What can you say about how power is sustained and misused and how it affects us all? Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce somebody who's a little controversial for some, and the reason she's here and we invited her and she accepted our invitation is because she's been an anti-war activist since before most of you were born. So, so anyway, this is what her role is today as an anti-war activist who is probably one of the few women in the public eye who actually has the balls to stand up against the military machine and tell it like it is. I'd like to introduce a friend of mine and a powerful person, Jill Stein.
Thank you so much, Bonnie, and thank you, Cindy. You two are just wonderful. Can we just give them a big, huge thank you? This is what democracy looks like. You know, there's not a lot of democracy out there right now because they got this new McCarthyism thing going. We got another name for it. We call it Madowism, after its latest cheerleader, because this era of political opposition, or I should say political censorship and warmongering and the suppression of political opposition is back big time. So to look around, you would think that there's nothing going on out there. But you know what? Just because there's radio silence does not mean that there ain't a rebellion in full swing. There is. You just got to go to the communities to see it. And if you go to Flint, Michigan, or if you go to Baltimore, if you go to the housing projects, if you go to the public schools that are being shut down, if you go to the food pantries where people don't have enough to eat. You know why they don't have enough to eat? You know why our communities are crumbling? Because our tax dollars are going over there. In the last tax day, the average American devoted something like $3,400 to keep that thing doing what it is doing. And that's the Pentagon, if you can't see what I'm pointing to. So while we were digging deep for the Pentagon, nearly $3,500, do you know what? Do you know how much we were appropriating to our communities? It was $80 of the average tax base that went to support social programs and $40 that went to support the EPA. So when Walter talks about speaking truth to power, speaking truth about power, let's add to that. And let's say, let's take power back and throw the bums out. Because we all know so well they are representing the 1%. They are not representing us. And I want to give a big thank you right now, especially to 3 candidates who are running right now for Congress, 2 for Congress and 1 for Senate. Pat Elder, right over here, running in Maryland against Steny Hoyer, one of the foundations of the war machine. Diane Moxley, where are you, Diane, who's running in New Jersey? Raise your hand, Diane. Running in New Jersey against an incumbent Republican, but you can't really tell much difference between the Democrat and the Republican these days. Because, you know, the Democrats are leading the charge for more war these days. They're attacking Trump, but they're attacking him from the right. They don't want peace to be made. They don't want peace in on the Korean Peninsula. You know, Trump may be doing the right thing for the wrong reasons, but once in a while he has stumbled into the right thing accidentally. We'll see how long that lasts. But, you know, we should not be trying to discourage North and South Korea from making peace, which they are finally doing because they have told the U.S. to get out of the way. They said it nicely, of course, but, you know, thank goodness they are not waiting for the United States to give them permission to make peace after 60 years of endless war. It's time for peace on the Korean Peninsula. We need to take a lesson from the people of South Korea who were led by the labor movement and by women in particular to get out into the street. Weekend after weekend, they were out with their candles in the candlelight revolution, and they basically gave the courage of their convictions to their courts, who impeached their warmongering corporate-sponsored president. We need to follow in the footsteps of South Korea. We need to have a strong movement in the streets, take it into the voting booth, and we need to begin to make peace for our planet, for our people. Not just for the profiteers and the warmongers who are represented by both political parties. And I also wanted to mention Madeline Hoffman, who's also here running for Senate, another peace candidate from the state of Maryland, New Jersey also. So just real quickly, while the Pentagon is listening, and I trust that they are, we got a few suggestions to make, okay? Go back to the drawing boards. We need a whole new foreign policy based on international law, human rights, and diplomacy, not economic and military domination. We need to pull out of Yemen. The war will collapse. The Saudis can't do it without our support. Let's stop this horrific criminal war. We need to create a Department of Defense, not a Department of Offense. We can close those 800 bases. You know how much the whole world has? You add up the whole world, they have 30. We have 800, okay? Something's wrong with this picture. It's called Empire, and it's collapsing. We need not only to stop the sale of weapons to Saudi Arabia, we need a permanent war embargo of all weapons to the Middle East. In fact, a permanent embargo of weapons sale to the world. Let's stop the profiteering over all the dead bodies of the women and children who are being destroyed in these horrible wars. And then finally, then we need a global Green New Deal. Put the military money into fighting the true war that is threatening us all, and that is the war against climate, which we must all get behind so we can stop this lethal climate change which is coming down on us. If we put even a portion of the money that we're putting into the war machine, put that into the green energy transition, you know what? It actually pays for itself, because we get so much healthier when we move to green energy that we save that much in health savings that it actually pays for the green energy transition. We also need green agriculture and a green transportation system. It makes the wars for oil obsolete. It revives our economy, and it can turn the tide on climate change. And we need to do it globally. Sign the Iran Treaty, the Paris Treaty, sign the Nuclear Weapons Treaty, and above all, don't let them silence you. Don't let them blame and shame you. We are the antidote to Donald Trump. We are not the cause. The only people that third parties take votes from are the non-voting bloc. That is the largest block of voters out there. We need more choices, not less. If you're worried about a split vote, get behind ranked choice voting. You don't solve our democracy problem by creating less democracy. We need more democracy. Thank you. Keep up the fight. Peace out.
Okay, everybody. Hi, I'm Cindy Sheehan again. I've been Cindy Sheehan this whole day, but I'm out here again. So, you know, there's this very good slogan, FTP, which means F the police. Now, I am not ashamed of saying the other word, but we have live streaming and there's children here, so my grandkids might be watching and they've never heard me say the F word. So how about instead of F the police, F the Pentagon? Are you guys ready to chant that for a little bit? F the Pentagon! F the Pentagon! F the Pentagon! fudgesicles, and I hope they don't join Facebook and read my Facebook page. So our next speakers are good friends of mine, Kevin Zeese and Margaret Flowers. They're also on the advisory committee for the Women's March on the Pentagon. They're involved in Green Party Power, and they are with Popular Resistance. So please give a warm Women's March on the Pentagon welcome to Margaret Flowers and Kevin Zeese. Hey everybody, how are you doing? It's so great to be here. I want to thank Cindy and Ann and Bonnie and Dakota and all the people that work to make this march a reality. I want to thank Cindy for having the courage and the tenacity, as she always does, to stand up and do the right thing and organize this Women's March on the Pentagon. And it is a beginning. Are we ready to rise up? Yes. Are we ready to say that you can't be feminist without being anti-imperialist? All right, so one person said, I've seen so many people that I know here today, and it's been really exciting. And one person said, it's like a reunion, a family reunion, a coming together again. And that's what it is. We're rallying and we're marching together. And it's important that we continue to do this. I'm excited because this fall, we're seeing a real resurgence of the anti-war and anti-imperialist movement in the United States. And we need it, right? Jill said it, the U.S. empire is starting to crumble and decay. We're losing our power in the world, and that's a good thing, right? We've done enough destruction. And the Pentagon knows it. They issued a report called the Post-Primacy Report, and you know what their answer is to failing power? More money, more weapons, more intelligence, more security state. Are we going to allow that to happen? No, because the only way we're going to turn it around is if we turn it around. So I'm so excited that you're here. I'm going to stay with you through this. We're going to continue to fight this war machine and demand a peace economy, demand that in the United States we recognize imperialism in all of its forms and we oppose it in all of its forms, and that we have to say loudly that it's time for people in the United States to respect the sovereignty of all peoples and all nations and stop interfering in them. So I'm going to turn it over to Kevin. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you all for being here. I just want to mention two things. First, I am so happy to see this women's advocacy for peace growing. This is the beginning of a campaign. I'm so glad that Cindy and the other organizers are saying this is not the end, this is the beginning. We need women's voices for peace. Nikki Haley does not represent women in the United States. Hillary Clinton does not represent women in the United States. Condoleezza Rice does not represent us. Elizabeth Warren does not represent women in the United States. We stand for peace, not for imperialism, not for war. We want to be very clear about that. So please organize, rise up, mobilize. We need to hear that voice. The second thing I want to tell you about is this amazing effort we had with 250 organizations to stop the Trump march on the Pentagon. The military march on the Pentagon, the military march in Washington, D.C. got stopped by 250 organizations standing up and saying no to militarism. We're not going to glorify war. We're not going to glorify weapons. We're not going to glorify militarism with marches through Washington, D.C. We said no. We echoed the voice of even many veterans, many people who are involved in the current military. They don't want that glorification either. So that got stopped. But the people who organized didn't stop there. We are organized what we're calling the Peace Congress. The Peace Congress is taking the place of the Trump military parade. The Peace Congress on the same day, November 10th, Washington, D.C. You can find out about it on Popular Resistance. You can find out about it at NoTrumpMilitaryParade.us. On November 10th, we're going to get together. It's going to be an assembly of peace activists to decide where we go from here. What are the opportunities for the movement? What are the obstacles? What are our long-term and short-term gains? We want to end war at home and abroad. So please put that on your calendar, November 10th. Come to Peace Congress, visit NoTrumpMilitaryParade.us, PopularResistance.us. Join us and let's build the anti-war movement. Thank you all very much for coming.
Into stuff thinking my butt is not that big, but I got that. I keep forgetting I have that there. I'm like, wow, what's going on? So I'm especially pleased to introduce the next two people. They are members of an organization in Chelsea, Massachusetts, which is a part of Boston, Massachusetts. Go Red Sox! Yeah, baby! So Cindy's a Dodgers fan. Too bad. So anyway. We won't speak to each other now for through the whole World Series. So anyway, I would like to introduce these two women. I'm going to tell you something. The Chelsea Uniting Against the War is the most amazing grassroots group of people who have organized by themselves. They had a bowl-a-thon to raise money for us, for peace, and raise $1,500 to make this happen. For them. They then chartered a bus, which they brought from Chelsea with 55 people. We were down to the wire. There were 55 seats on these tour buses. And the last I heard, there were 47 seats were taken. Next thing I know, I get a text message, 55 are coming. And they did, and they got here. So without any further ado, I want to say another thing. They have the most amazing counter-recruitment action going on at their local high school that is going to be a model. We're gonna partner with them. They have a lot to teach us. Most of the kids in these inner city schools are immigrants, are poor working class people, and that's who the military targets to recruit. And they lie to them. And they tell them they won't see combat. And they tell them they're going to go to college. They don't bother to tell them it's like an online university. They're going to have jobs. Well, they're not going to have jobs if they survive. So they went to bat for their kids. And the last I heard, one of their most recent actions, they handed out 1,100 opt-out sheets. And these kids take them home and it opts them out. And you can do the same thing to keep your kids out of the military. There are other options. So let's fight this military machine and build a right economy. Without any further ado, I'm going to introduce my friends who are going to do Spanish and English for the benefit of the crowd that came down here. We want to be all inclusive. Here they are, Chelsea Uniting Against the War. Mis amigas.
Bienvenidos, activistas de todo Estados Unidos. Mi nombre es Flor y ella es Frank Ronowski. Somos miembros de Chelsea Uniéndose en Contra de la Guerra, una organización de activistas de Chelsea, Massachusetts. Nuestra lucha empezó en el 2003 con la invasión de Irak. Nuestro lema es No a la Guerra. Welcome activists from around the USA. My name is Flor and this is Frank. We are members of Unite Against the War, an organization of activists from Chelsea, Massachusetts. Yeah. Our message signed our founding in 2003 with the invasion of Iraq. Our lema is no war in the world. Yeah.
We protect our youth through an anti-military campaign at Chelsea High School. Every year since 2004, at the beginning of the school year, we have members of Chelsea Uniting Against the War welcoming students and handing out leaflets in English and Spanish to each of the 1,200 students as they go to school. The leaflets describe the lies that the armed force recruiters use to bait our students to join the military. We give the students the steps they need to fill the opt-out forms. around Martin Luther King's birthday, we are at the high school again, handing out opt-out forms and Martin Luther King's speech against his opposition to the war in Vietnam. In the fall and spring, members of Chelsea Uniting Against the War go inside Chelsea High School to meet with students during their lunch periods to inform them of their right to withhold their contact information from military recruiters. Our efforts are working. The military receives the contact information on only a few students in our city. In 2017, 70% of the students opted out. This is a huge victory for a city where the majority of our high school graduates do not attend college.
Protegemos a nuestros jóvenes a través de una campaña antimilitar en Chelsea High School. Todos los años desde el 2004, a principio del año escolar, tenemos miembros de Chelsea uniéndose en contra de la guerra, que dan la bienvenida a los estudiantes y distribuyen folletos en inglés y español a cada uno de los 1,200 estudiantes que van a la escuela. Los folletos describen las mentiras que los reclutadores de las Fuerzas Armadas utilizan para atraer a los estudiantes a unirse al ejército. Les damos a los estudiantes los pasos que necesitan para completar los formularios de exclusión. Alrededor del cumpleaños de Martin Luther King, estamos de nuevo en la escuela secundaria, repartiendo el formulario para compartir su información y les entregamos el discurso de Martin Luther King contra su oposición a la guerra en Vietnam. En el otoño y la primavera, los miembros de Chelsea uniéndose en contra de la guerra van a la Chelsea High School para unirse con los estudiantes durante sus periodos de almuerzo para informarles de su derecho a retener su información de contacto de los reclutadores militares. Nuestros esfuerzos están funcionando. El ejército recibe la información de contacto de solo unos pocos estudiantes en nuestra ciudad. En el 2017, el 70% de los estudiantes del cuarto año optaron por no participar. Esta es una gran victoria para nuestra ciudad de inmigrantes, donde la mayoría de los graduados de secundaria no asisten a la universidad.
In our city, some parents believe that it is an honor for their children to enlist in the military, in addition to the so-called benefits. Since when is it an honor to kill people? The students of Chelsea High have the opportunity to see how the United States military uses deception. The Armed Forces tells impressionable high school students that upon release from the military, they will receive money for college. What they don't tell our young people is that 80% of Iraqi veterans who enrolled in college dropped out before getting a degree. The military says that they have new possibilities for females in combat. What they don't mention is that female soldiers face widespread sexual harassment. In addition, according to the Pentagon, 38 military men are sexually assaulted every single day.
En nuestra ciudad, algunos padres creen que es un honor para sus hijos enlistarse en el ejército, además de los llamados beneficios. ¿Desde cuándo es un honor matar? Los estudiantes de Chelsea High School tienen la oportunidad de ver cómo los militares de los Estados Unidos usan el engaño. Las Fuerzas Armadas le dicen a los estudiantes de la secundaria ejemplos impresionantes que al salir del ejército recibirán dinero para la universidad. Lo que no les dicen a nuestros jóvenes es que el 80% de los veteranos iraquienses que se inscribieron en la universidad abandonaron antes de obtener un título. Los militares dicen que tienen nuevas posibilidades para las hembras en combate. Lo que no mencionan es que las mujeres soldados enfrentan acoso sexual generalizado. Además, según el Pentágono, 38 hombres militares son atacados sexualmente todos los días.
The military says fight terrorism, be patriotic. We say war cannot end terrorism because war is terrorism for the people being invaded by the U.S. military. According to recent figures, the U.S. has 800 military bases while the rest of the world has 30. We want our youth to know that Trump's military budget takes money from education, housing, and healthcare.
Los militares dicen luchar contra el terrorismo, ser patriotas. Nosotros decimos, la guerra no puede acabar con el terrorismo porque la guerra es terrorismo. Para las personas que Estados Unidos está invadiendo por los militares de los según Estados Unidos, según cifras recientes, los Estados Unidos tiene 800 bases militares, mientras que el resto del mundo tiene 30. Queremos que nuestros jóvenes sepan que el presupuesto militar de Trump toma más dinero de la educación, la vivienda y la atención médica.
Okay, thank you very much.
El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. The people unido jamás será vencido.
The people united will never be defeated.
Thank you, Chelsea United Against War. I would like to introduce our next speaker, my friend and creative activist and journalist that you can find at artkillingapathy.com. Eleanor Goldfield is going to share some spoken word with us now.
Hello, everyone. All right, I feel like we should get warmed up a little bit, so jump or like spread your arms out or like hug the person next to you or whatever is your jam and their jam. So I'm gonna do a little spoken word for you. So we're gonna get a little artistic here for a minute, and I'd like to actually dedicate this piece to my dear friend Emily Yates, Army veteran and total badass ukulele star and artist in her own right. So, yes. And this is just so that me and my whiteness can stay on tempo. On a jungle wall, in embittered scrawl, these words shouted out to the fall. We are the unwilling, led by the unqualified, doing the unnecessary for the ungrateful. In the cradle of civilization, savage acts by the civilized, is this where we die? On a dirt road, kicking up dust, boots on the ground, how deathly sweet the sound of silence. On a city street, blood, sweat, and tears repeat. An old song Uncle Sam used to sing, hands up and shoot. War is the empire's game, at home and away. Will you stand for the anthem, take pride in our shame? Do you identify with their lies, hate who they say to, see your reflection in a justice rejection? Give up your right to think for the warmth of a blood-soaked flag and a ragged constitution, a sick institution. I say, war is the empire's trade. Slavery never ended. Genocide now an export by proxy amended. The offended? Just targets in digital frames, miles away. Surveil, point, and shoot. Do they know that this ain't a game? But war is the empire's game. The empire's gain. Blood-soaked dollars and black gold hollows. No one wins in the end. Empires fall, but war echoes. Who's gonna build a memorial to peace? Who can remember it? On black granite walls, a solemn attempt to shadow contempt, to polish the pride tarnished by lies, a truth suicide, and the young ones who died, line after line, name after name, each story different yet too much the same. The unfortunate sons, the forgotten ones, remembered at baseball games, where young minds remind to remain in line. And thousands of miles away, another young mind sees these others towing a line of imperialist homicide and wonders why. That why is a cry, rising, harmonizing violence from us to them and the others over there, our brothers, 'cause we share more with the enemies of state than we'll ever share with our state. Just look at the state of things. What happens in war never stays there. Our streets bloody mirrors, a cop's ready finger, and bodies cold as ice. These are our streets. The chain of command that leaves freedom banned, and we, with nothing but fear in our hands, begging for more, told to admire the mire and cherish the chains. I know it feels hopeless sometimes. But the mighty always seem so until they fall. And the throne always seems so sturdy until it tips. And never will the foundations of empire quake till we move. We children of empire, we dissident souls, in our name these wars are proclaimed. But that's not what I want on my grave. I want change. Give me a hell yeah if you're with me. Give me a hell yeah if you're with me. Because that's what it takes. I cannot end this endless war, but we can rattle thrones. I'm calling for a strike. If war is the empire's game, don't play. If war is the empire's gain, don't you pay. What if they held a war and nobody came? Thank you.
Okay, I just want to also announce, if you're thirsty, we have some waters over here by the first aid station. So we're a full service movement here for everybody. So our next act, we're gonna have the Raging Grannies. You can come up behind me, Grannies, and they're gonna sing some songs for us. And I want to say, since I first saw the Raging Grannies, I became a Raging Granny 5 times. But I don't know how to sing, and I don't even think raging's a word for how I feel sometimes. But anyway, here's our Grannies. So let's give it up for the Raging Grannies.
How y'all doing? I want to ask a quick question before we were asked to identify ourselves, those of us who were here and active and working against war in '67. I want to know how many of you are here acting against war in your first appearance as part of our peace movement. Would you identify yourselves? Because we want to welcome you. Thank you so much. We've got grannies here today from New York, from North Carolina, Seattle, Washington, Western Massachusetts, Florida, and Frankfurt, Germany. You know that the Raging Grannies are an international disorganization of older women, and we bring our message to you through our lyrics. We don't cover, we don't sing other people's songs. Our lyrics are our message, and this is the message that we bring to you today. We spend $3 trillion every year to send our kids to war. Not all the kids, you know, but just the brown, the black, the poor. They have no hope of finding jobs in the good old USA. So how's this war economy working for them today? No more war We've come here to the Pentagon and sing with all our might. It's time to end all war. They tell us there's no money now for jobs or healthcare plans, but there's always plenty of it to make war in far-off lands. We spend it all for war and not for schools or homes, that's true. So how's this war economy working out for you? It's plain as it can be that rich folks profit from these wars. Without consent of Congress, they just keep on making war. There's no end to the bloodshed, and the whole world's getting screwed. So how's this war economy working out for you? No more wars upon this planet. War's a crime and it's a racket. We've come here to the Pentagon and sing with all our might. It's time to end all war. You got it. We're women standing strong today, and we are here to stay. We're singing truth to power, growing bolder every day. Too many folks have fought and died. It's time to say no more. We demand a peace economy. We won't pay for war. No more wars upon this planet. War's a crime and it's a racket. We've come here to the Pentagon and sing with all our might. It's time to end all war. Cindy called us and we came. The wars have called us and we are here. We are women, we are strong. And this is a song for all of you women who are with us today. Step by step and step by step, women of the world, be strong. Day by day and day by day, wipe the blood and tears away. Save our sisters from their terrors, cut the chains that warp and bind. Open doors till all are free and leave oppression far behind. Step by step and step by step, women of the world, be strong. Do not wait, we must go forward, though the road be dark and long. Join with us to touch the bright sky as our own strong voices ring, gaining power from each other, marching forward as we sing. Step by step and step by step, we shall go triumphantly. No more fear and no more war, for women of the world are we. Join with us as we march forward, ever proud and ever strong. Sisters in the fight together, sisters, lift your voice in song. Have you got it in you for one more? Okay. Follow the money to see why they keep making war. Follow the money and you'll see why so many are poor. Follow money. It leads to the White House front door. They're bombing the crap out of Yemen so their profit lines will soar. In the White House and Congress, they're evil right down to their toes. They lie to the people while the list of the dead grows and grows. Big money interests dictate our government's plans. It's time now to take back our country and give folks a helping hand. Pfizer and Walmart, Wells Fargo and Citigroup too. They reap all the profits and don't give a fig about you. We've got to stop them and all those who profit from war. We women are rising to stop them and to put an end to war. Here at the Pentagon, we're rising and singing today. Women are marching, and you'd better not get in our way. Singing truth to power, we chant and we rage and we roar. Yes, we will follow the money, and we'll buy peace instead of war. Thank you. Thank you.
We rock.
Thank you, Grannies. That was great. I will be one someday, too. I have a quick announcement to make. Somebody dropped their driver's license in the parking lot here. A North Carolina ID. Lydia, if your name is Lydia and you're from North Carolina, I think I'm holding your license, so come find me. And next up, we are joined by a group that led a really great self-defense workshop yesterday, Fury. They are a Chicago-based, grassroots, pan-womanist, third-world internationalist Marxist organization. Fury stands for Feminine Uprising to Resist Inequality and Exploitation, and two of them have joined us here from Chicago, and I'd like to invite them to the stage. Yes, Chicago, yay, that's where I'm from too.
Hello everyone, my name is Chelsea Springler from Fury.
And I'm Jessica Swim.
We come here from Chicago and we're so glad to be here with you today after months of preparing this and a new women's movement. You might know us as a women's self-defense organization, and we definitely promote women's self-defense and right to self-defense. But we're also here because we believe in the right of all oppressed people everywhere to stand up for themselves and for the sovereignty of their communities and their countries. And that's why we're here today as part of our movement and what we believe feminism is. We consider ourselves also a pan-womanist organization. This is a new term that we adhere to as well as feminism because we believe that we have to start to work with our sisters that have always fought imperialism, that have always had feminist values, that have been doing this work for hundreds of years, and that's why they are here today, in spite of America and in spite of what American imperialism and that building over there does. And it's time that we join this trajectory of all these cultures and all of the revolutions and histories outside of America and that have been fighting inside of America for a new world. are, and most of Fury's members are millennials, and we have grown up with war around us our entire lives. We were kids when 9/11 happened, and we didn't really understand, for most of us, what the implications of what came after that were. And that was on purpose. Our education was purposely neglectful of the war machine of American imperialism. We had ROTC in our schools. We said the pledge every day. We had recruiters in our schools. Even though we were a generation that has been saturated with media, that media has told us lies and told us propaganda. We are raised with the vague presence of war, the nebulous threat of terrorism, but we were not educated on what the real reasons we were in the Middle East, the real reasons we've been in Latin America, the reasons we've been everywhere. Today, the movements around us for millennials, one of the largest that we'd like to speak about is the movement for Bernie Sanders, and we all see how that turned out, where we're at right now, but millennials rallied around Bernie Sanders and a movement for domestic socialism, basically, because we see we're riddled with student debt, our health care is outrageous, we can't get housing, we can't get loans anymore, and we're in crisis because of this. And yet, amongst all these movements and having candidates that are talking about all these things, no one is talking about the billions of dollars for why we can't pay for any of those social programs because of our war budget. And it's painfully obvious, but the two-party system, no one, even the left wing, the so-called left wing of the Democrats, will not talk about our war budget. And we're here because the kind of socialism that we believe in is not socialism here at home while everyone else receives our tyranny. And it doesn't work. It hasn't worked. What are we here with? We're here with Trump. It should have been so easy. Instead, we had a feminist movement that would call itself Feminism for Hillary Clinton, and that didn't even work. So we want an end to Trump, but we don't want a return to the status quo. We want an end to the empire. We're here for any movement that is ready to take those first steps today. And we are here because with all of you, we want to be the beginning of the fourth wave. We want to be the beginning of a feminism that is for a new world. We think it can either, feminism can change or die. It can die in a dying world, fighting to be equal to the white supremacist founding fathers, or we can be part of a different world today. With our sisters around the world, in Yemen that we are starving, in Venezuela that we are choking right now underneath our boot. Palestine, that we are funding Israel's occupation of. In Libya, where they are fighting to end slavery again because we started it and we took out Gaddafi. Everywhere, every single country that we have a military base in, we are with those sisters today. And we say no to more. No more U.S. empire. Yeah. We hope you'll join us, and we hope to speak with all of you again and see you out again. Thank you.
You know, when I told these Fury ladies have been with us since the beginning, they reached out to us and said, we want to be with you in organizing this. And now Bonnie and I can die because they're going to take our place when Bonnie and I die. So our next speaker is a very good friend of mine, Ann Wright. And Ann, besides being a retired State Department, she actually quit in protest over the invasion of Iraq. She's a retired colonel from the Army Reserve, and she's a member of Veterans for Peace, which are coming up behind her. And Ann Wright and VFP were instrumental in the peace camp we had in Crawford, Texas, called Camp Casey, in the summer of 2005. We went up to George Bush and said, what noble cause? There was no noble cause then. anti-war movement, and people are saying today we're reinvigorating the anti-war movement, but this is an anti-imperialist, nonpartisan movement that recognizes that Democrats are just as bad as the Republicans, and we're going to move forward after this. We're not reinvigorating an anti-war movement, we're starting an anti-imperialist movement today. So, my friend Anne Wright.
Well, thank you, Cindy, and thank you for all the organizers for the Women's March on the Pentagon. Yay. And we stand here as veterans. All of us are veterans, or associates and veterans for peace chapters all over the country to say that we do not stand for what that Pentagon is doing right now. We do not stand for those wars that are on so many countries now. The horrific thing that's going on in Yemen right now, where the U.S. is helping with refueling, with intelligence, with no telling what, with the bombs, with all of that. In Syria, in Iraq, in Afghanistan, in Libya, in you name it, we don't even know where all these places are when we're going. And when you look at the U.S. publicity of what is going on in Palestine, and the Gaza blockade that is crunching 2 million people, and it's because the United States of America supports that apartheid government of the State of Israel. So we as veterans that are standing here, standing for peace, not for war. We stand for peace, not for war. So stand with us, join with us in the communities where you live. Join with Vets for Peace as Vets for Peace. Join with you all and all the other social justice issues that we're working on. We have so many things that we have to be aware of, and you all are stalwart standing here in this breeze. Oh boy. I mean, this is it. You can tell your friends about it.
Hi, Jill. I know you just interviewed, but I'd love to do another interview. I did an interview with you with Bobby Rodrigo back at Left Forum a couple of years ago. So I'd love to talk about, are you kind of aware of the indie media like purge that's been taking place recently?
Yeah. You know, I haven't actually had time to catch up on what exactly is going on now, but
Right.
I presume it's more of...
Yeah, I'd love to talk about just generally the, why the mainstream media doesn't show up to stuff like this. You know, and
Are you with a...
Yeah, so I have, my page is called News to Share. Basically, I do live streaming and of activism, particularly when the big networks don't show up.
This is what democracy looks like.
Right,
Yeah.
so, all right, so, give me just one sec to... So I'd love for you to just talk about, actually, why don't I turn it, the sun's like silhouetting you kind of. All right, you look a little bit better now. So I'd love for you to kind of talk about why are we out here today, and why don't you think the mainstream media showed up?
So we're out here for the peace that our future depends on. We're out here to fight empire, which is slaughtering people around the world, which is devouring our resources here at home, and which is failing badly. You know, we actually haven't won a war since the Second World War, but we sure have been
Brothers and
making a lot of destruction.
51 years
we need to
ago
go back to the
today,
drawing boards. We need
the great
more
American folk
policy
singer,
based on
human
rights, on international law, on diplomacy, not on economic and military domination. This is a disaster for us, and it's really causing our communities to crumble, because 57% of our tax dollars are going into the war machine, not into the health care, the housing, the public schools, the education. We're now spending about $1.4 trillion on a new generation of nuclear weapons. We should be spending that money on a new generation of young people and getting them out of debt, instead of creating this new lethal death machine. And we should be signing the nuclear codes that will make nuclear weapons thing in the past. It's the only thing we should do. So we're here to be heard as the people who are being thrown under the bus on our economy, on climate, and on the war machine. It's very much a part of this. What's wrong with this picture?
When people say we should vote for the Democrats to stamp out war, and every now and again, now I've been seeing in the Trump era, I've seen some MAGA people saying keep supporting Trump to stop the wars. How do you kind of respond to both of those? Do you see either of those parties making any strides towards bringing down the military-industrial complex?
So, oddly, Trump has at least participated, perhaps somewhat passively, strangely enough, in the progress being made on the Korean Peninsula. And he has also sort of not gone along with the war machine, leading the war drums against Russia. He may be doing the right thing for the wrong reasons. It's hard to have faith in anything that Donald Trump does, because it could all come crashing down in a moment, and it's likely to serve some other more devious end. The bottom line here is that political parties that are funded by the war profiteers are not going to be starting a war. We've been in a continuous war at least since 9/11, and it's bankrupting us. $5 trillion down the drain, and it's only created more war. Failed states, mass refugee migrations, and worse terrorist threats. So this is not going to fix it for us. So we're here to say we need a different kind of politics. We need a different kind of policy, and we need a different kind of politics. And we want to really encourage people to resist the blaming and the shaming, which is really just another form of political suppression and of self-serving policy on behalf of Democrats. The Republicans have their own version of it, but in particular it's the Democrats' effort to just silence political competition.
How do you think that the media kind of plays into this? Do you think people kind of understand these situations? Is CNN or Fox, serving people on this subject?
Yeah, unfortunately, the media is right there embedded with the war industry and with the funders. Remember what the CEO of CBS said, Les Moonves, said that Donald Trump may be terrible for America, but he's damn good for CBS. The bottom line is their intake from advertisers, and who can generate a big audience. This is why America needs a free press. This is why our founders put the First Amendment rights for freedom of the press as number one, because you cannot have an educated populace without a free press. And if you don't have an educated populace, you can't have a democracy. So this is a big shout out for News to Share and for other progressive media. We have to be the media, because corporate media is not going to do it. The public largely knows that the approval rate for mainstream media now is about, people have about 20-30% confidence in the media. It's pretty low. It's like almost as low as Congress. It's pretty bad. And this is the only solution. We have to be the media ourselves.
And what do we do when Facebook starts taking down our Facebook pages and things like this? So in the last month, a lot of the independent journalists that are here had pages with lots of followers who wanted to just see the news straight from the street, and Facebook said it's fake news or it's deceiving people. It's not the mainstream media, and got rid of it. What do we do?
Thank you so very much. Part of the
two of our speakers who are coming up next are very exclusive.
And there's censorship going on right now of our legacy media through the so-called Proper Not, which has attempted to villainize progressive sites and anti-war sites. You have the assault on our, on the social. On social media with the censorship, which is really going off the charts. We have the attack back on our rights to demonstrate now, with these special fossil fuel protection laws that can throw you into jail for 10 years and fine you up to $100,000 for doing what I did in North Dakota, spray painting the shovel of a bulldozer, spray painting the shovel of a bulldozer. What does that amount to? Well, that would be criminalized under current laws in a very draconian way. There are already laws that protect against trespassing and that protect against vandalism and so on, but the fossil fuel industry has basically bought its way into special protections now. So it's just another case of how our First Amendment rights and our rights to privacy and and the press, they're all under attack right now as part of a generalized attack. So this again is why it's really important for us to stand up and mobilize. Forget the lesser evil, fight for the greater good, like your life depends on it, because in fact it does. We are the ones we've been waiting for. The corporate sponsored duopoly is going to fix this.
I regret that I wasn't in North Dakota when that happened. That's something that I unfortunately missed. But I actually went to a Bernie Sanders rally while the campaign was still going on, where he actually talked about the Dakota Access Pipeline. I tried to ask him, what do you think of Jill Stein getting arrested? Basically, protecting against the pipeline. He didn't say anything. He just pretended like he didn't hear it. But what do you sort of think of that duality of running for office versus engaging in kind of direct action? How do you balance the usefulness of those things?
We have to do both, because if we only are in the street and we don't challenge power, they can just, ignore us with impunity. In the words of Frederick Douglass, power concedes nothing without a demand. It never has and it never will. That demand has to be on the street, and it has to be in the voting booth as well. And when you look at major social transformations like the abolition of slavery or women's right to vote, the labor movement, it had, the primary engine is the social movement out in the street. It's always been that. But if that's all it is, then you can't actually get traction and change policy. So when they engaged through political parties, and they were third, independent, non-corporate political parties, they began to force those changes. So it's a road we have to go down, whether we win office or not. And in fact, it's a great way to help organize our social movements as well through the electoral process. To my mind, they've merged, and for myself, I feel like they're absolutely inseparable, and it's the same set of talking points whether you're on the street organizing or whether you're running in political campaigns. They all have to work together. At some point, the machine is going to collapse. You can say it's actually in collapse right now. It's just rather slowly, but if you look at our economy, it's been completely broken down. If you look at our cities, they're wastelands. And if you look at the younger generation, what's its future? It's a future of low-wage, temporary, gig economy jobs that never get you out of debt. I mean, it's appalling, the world that we've created. So it is going to implode. The mere fact that millennials are not voting is, it's a sign that the system has gone into gridlock. That gridlock is going to get bigger. And it's our job. It's our job who are there for that social transformation. It's our job to get the word out, and particularly to let communities know, like millennials, like communities of color, communities on the front lines of environmental catastrophe. Sacrifice, so we could just we must be on a wavelength here. But that's where the revolution happens. And as Alice Walker said, the biggest way people give up power is by not knowing they have it. To start with, we have that power, but they don't want us to know it, and they don't want other people to know it, which is why they're so nervous about suppressing our voices right now. It's actually a badge of honor, I think, that we are that we've become the face of political opposition. They're quaking in their boots that word would get out. In the last election, over 75% of voters were clamoring for open debate. People aren't going to just sit there and take it. Right now, there's a big bubble of hope and illusion that Democrats are going to get elected and things are going to change. Well, Democrats may very well get elected, and I hope the Republicans get elected. But on the other hand, it's not going to really change things. I mean, take a little bit of the edge off, but it's just going to generate more right-wing extremism. That's what neoliberalism always does, because it throws working people and the powerless and millennials and people of color and immigrants. Already, Nancy Pelosi and the Center for American Progress and the DCCC, the Democrat Congressional Campaign Committee, they're advising candidates not to talk about single payer, not to talk about immigrant rights, and that they will go slow. Pelosi promises to go slow on climate if the Democrats take over the House. They'll hold hearings. Well, I think we're beyond the state of hearings.
Right, the climate's not going to slow down for them.
You're not kidding. And we're one step from the funeral parlor here on the climate. So we need to move. Democrats aren't going to change things. And as people reawaken to that, I think with each awakening, we get stronger. And right now, there's a rumble kind of that's just a little bit off the radar. But it's happening. It's happening at the level of the communities. And we're just going to be fighting. There's nothing else to do.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing all of that. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I wish that we had a four-podium debate for president. Awesome to see you and Gary being intelligent conversation.
They're turning your country to a sacrifice zone where your story's been forgotten. Where your story's been forgotten, we will make it known. We will make it known. Yemen, you are not alone. Yemen, you are not alone. If your country can be sacrificed, the next could be our own. No more sacrifice zones. No more sacrifice zones. No more sacrifice zones. No more sacrifice zones.
Visionary officer of Deep Blue Women Company. She's speaking today as co-coordinator of the outreach team of the Black Alliance for Peace. Please join me in welcoming Yane Indigo to the stage, please.
Peace. All power to the people. All power to revolutionary conscious women. Because we know that women are key in the liberation of all people. Free all political prisoners. The response, please, is free them all. Free them all. Free all political prisoners. Free them all. Free them all. Free all political prisoners. Thank you. I come here on behalf of the Black Alliance for Peace, bringing you greetings of revolution in words of revolution here today.
we stand here in solidarity, proudly in solidarity with this effort that is here to actually expose the horrors of war and also the reality of the patriarchal, toxic, masculine state violence of imperialism that is driven out of this place, which is one of the primary seats of power as it relates to imperialism. The Black Alliance for Peace comes from and is founded on a Black radical revolutionary tradition and analysis. It's an organization that is made up of Black people in this country, on this land. Black people are one of the two communities that have never, since the formation of this illegal corporation on this land, the so-called United States of the so-called Americas, since the initiation of this, our people are amongst those who have never gone without the experience of state-based violence and aggression. So we know what war looks like, we know what war feels like, and we are clear about the reason that war is unceasing. And it is because, as Du Bois stated, the greatest and almost only cause of war is Europe's colonial aggression and imperialism, imperialist expansion. Yes, war is in place in order to maintain and expand U.S. and European NATO domination in the rest of the world. So we have this north community that is expanding and damaging the reality of the lives of people in what is now being called the global South. And we know that we of the African communities and the brown communities are always dealing with and pressing against the forces of war because of the extraction of the resources, the controlling of labor in these other communities in order to maintain this domination. And who better to know the reality of war than the mothers of Uganda, than the grandmothers of Nicaragua, than the aunts and sisters of Venezuela. These are the communities who are dealing with that first. The women and the children of the world are the ones who deal with all kinds of oppression first, and those who are coming from sun-kissed communities, the sun-kissed communities, the Black and brown communities, are the ones that get it very first and the hardest. Us and our children, our babies. We have to recognize that the war that is being spread, what war looks like in the globe and in the U.S., it is the reality of when you look at what this country does right now in imposing in indigenous lands and encroaching on indigenous lands. Already the lands here and going further on the lands that were reserved on that, all of this land really belongs and should be governed only by those who are indigenous to this land. But they have these small areas that are set aside and reserved for those people, and then the U.S. encroaches on those lands. That is an act of war. When we have our state organized, our state-based individuals who go into that go along these borders and steal people and their children and put them into cages, that is an act of war. When we have state employees who work as these counterinsurgency groups, or also known as fuck the police, who go and take their guns and run into our playgrounds and kill children like Tamir Rice, or when they went in and they murdered Ayanna Stanley Jones, who was sleeping on her grandmother's sofa and blew her brains out, that was an act of war. We need to understand and recognize what war looks like, and that war is happening on these shores just as well as it's happening on the shores around, and all of that needs to be what we stand against. If we do not stand up for it, then this anti-war idea is impotent. We have to do more than march, of course. We have to actually actualize the reality that we do not stand for these kinds of activities and behaviors. And what that means is that we have to demand the demilitarization of the police. We have to stand against the 1033 program. We cannot allow for our
U.S. government to be training Israeli soldiers here on this soil so that they can further impose on the indigenous rights of the Palestinian people. We have to say no more going into other countries and like that was tried to do recently in Venezuela, like looking at like what was trying to be done in Nicaragua, like what's happening in Syria, like what's been happening in Yemen, and trying to turn these countries over in order to put people in power that will not take care of their own people, but take care of the wealth of the oligarchy that is running our countries and many of these European countries. We have to stand against it. If we don't actually do work to bring these forces down and make the actual empire impotent, then there is no real anti-war movement. We actually have to do the work. And the Black Alliance for Peace is not at all confused about what that looks like and what that means. It means we actually have to stand out and hold our officials accountable and not back down until we have rendered this system impotent. Thank you.
Introduce the managing editor. Is everybody freezing cold? I'm from California. Well, we should move the capital of the country to California. It's warmer. The managing editor of the Black Agenda Report, we're very, very honored to have Bruce A. Dixon with us.
Y'all cold? I ain't cold. I'm from Chicago. Come on, this is another day in this capitalist paradise. Come on here. Yeah, I live nowadays in the, and thank you for coming and for staying and for being here. I live nowadays, I'm from Chicago, but I live nowadays in on the suburbs of Atlanta, in the 6th District of Georgia. My congressperson, is a lady named Karen Handel. She preceded Brian Kemp as Secretary of State in Georgia, and she's responsible for the disenfranchisement of easily another 100,000 people. And her race is in about 10 days. There's a Democrat named Lucy McBath, who's within 2 polling points of her. We caught Lucy McBath in the lobby of a place of worship where she came trolling for votes recently. And we asked her about the 800 military bases that the United States has around the world. You know what she said to us, Lucy? Lucy McBath is known for having, tragically, criminally, her son was gunned down in Jacksonville, Florida in 2012. Anyway, we asked her about the 800 military bases. And she told us, well, you know what? I'm going to have to study up on that. That's what she told us. You know, it would be one thing if that was a one-off. But at Black Agenda Report, we took a quick look at Democratic congressional candidates supported by the 3 major organizations that are giving aid to so-called progressive Democrats. That would be Justice Democrats, Brand New Congress, and Our Revolution. Those guys were responsible in large part for the success of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez in New York City and some other stuff. Anyway, they've got about 30 congressional candidates around the country. 22 of them have no positions whatsoever on foreign policy except for support of the state of Israel. Now, hey, what does that tell us about our Democratic friends? You know? Yeah, well, no, well, some of them are our friends. For God's sake, some of them are our families, okay? Let's be real, all right? I'm not talking about the folks who draw a salary for doing this. I'm talking about the folks who actually have these choices put before them as voters and who are not consulted before or after. You see, that's the problem. We talk on the left about holding their feet to the fire. But in the real world, I'm afraid that there ain't no real mechanism under the law for us to hold their feet to the fire. If only there was. We, as a movement, are going to have to come up with something new. We're going to have to come up with something creative. It's going to have to violate norms of conduct and the rule of law. It's going to have to. I don't know what it's going to look like. I'm an old man, but I'm going to stick around a few more years to see what it looks like and to help in any way I can. But holding their feet to the fire, elections, the next election doesn't do it. If they can get elected not having any position on empire, not having any position on foreign policy, then that speaks to the utter contempt they have for the folks who actually vote for them. So that's where we are. We've got a lot of work. The few people here, you're going to have to be part of the folks responsible for coming up with new ways to confront the war machine and to make its actions and its malevolence known to our people. And we got a lot of work to do. Free all political prisoners. And there's going to be a lot more. Thank you.
I say empty the prisons, keep a couple open for the warmongers and the profiteers, right? There's a time and a place for prisons. So before we go on, I want to thank the Postal Workers Union. They brought out, they mobilized a lot of people. They're the only labor union that really worked hard to help the Women's March on the Pentagon. They're based here in Washington, D.C. and many members here from the Postal Workers Union. So we're going to have a quick message of solidarity from the People's Organization for Progress, my friend Larry Adams from New Jersey.
Power to the people! Power to the people! Power to the people! My time is short, but our struggle is long. Our struggle is righteous, and we shall win. People's Organization for Progress brings militant solidarity greetings to the Women's March on the Pentagon from the Garden State of New Jersey. All Jersey people in the house say yeah! All right. We salute the sheroes who have called forward an initiative to mobilize women and to unite them with men to fight against our common enemy, the system of imperialism. International system led by U.S. imperialism. We salute you. We fight against imperialist aggression and oppression at home and abroad every day in the People's Organization for Progress, and therefore it is principled and correct that we unite with the demands, the anti-imperialist demands of this mobilization. We salute you. We salute you for reminding U.S. activists of our internationalist responsibility to the peoples of the world, that from here, the belly of the beast of imperialist degradation, to expose, struggle against, and to defeat imperialism. We salute you. Together, we shall win. Forward ever, backwards never. Power to the people.
Thank you. Greetings. So probably these folks don't really need much of an introduction by the way of a color. But it's my pleasure to introduce the irrepressible leader of the group Code Pink, Medea Benjamin.
Well, we are leader full, so I'm one of the leaders. And I want to talk about what we can do because we've heard from so many great speakers about the problems. So I'm going to talk about 3 different things. You know, with the recent murder of the Saudi journalist Jamal Khashoggi, this is actually giving us an opening to show how toxic the relationship has been between Saudi Arabia and the United States, and to also uncover the catastrophic war in Yemen that the Saudis have been leading with U.S. help. So the first thing I want to say is this is the time to cut off weapons sales to the Saudis. And if you're here tomorrow, please join us at 10 a.m. in the Senate Park building. We will go from office to office of those senators who are still refusing to cut off weapons sales to the Saudis. So let's hear one chant. No weapons sales to Saudi Arabia. No weapons sales to Saudi Arabia. No weapons sales to Saudi Arabia. Number two. The second thing I want to say is that both Saudi Arabia and Israel, together with Donald Trump, want to take the U.S. into another war in the Middle East, and that is a war with Iran. And we must say we will not allow this to happen. On November 4th, the U.S. government is imposing yet another round of sanctions on Iran to squeeze the Iranian people so much that they will come out in the streets and overthrow their government. And what will be the result? Absolute chaos. We cannot permit that to happen. We're having an all-day summit on Iran to talk about strategies on December 1st here in Washington, D.C. Please consider joining us. We are also taking a delegation of up to 100 people on a peace mission to Iran. And that will be on January 12th to January 20th. If anybody is interested in going, please go on to the Code Pink website. There are lots of people who want to help other people go, can help you fundraise for it. Consider joining the peace delegation to Iran. So let's say, no war with Iran, no war with Iran, no war with Iran, no war with Iran. And the last thing I want to bring up is that when you look underneath all of this, what you find is the weapons companies that make so much money from a state of perpetual war. So Code Pink, with about 70 other groups, has launched a campaign called Divest from the War Machine. You might have heard, and you might be part of environmental movements that have taken trillions of dollars out of the fossil fuel industry. We have to do the same thing with the war industry. This is something we can do in our cities, universities, pension funds, state pension funds, faith-based organizations. So many ways you can get involved. So please go to codepink.org and look at how you can help us get money out of the war machine. And let's end by saying, no money for war! No money for war! No money for war! No money for war! Thank you!
But you get dehydrated when you're in conditions like this. So we have bottled water over here that you're welcome to help yourselves to. For anybody that wishes to do so, please feel free. Our next guest, our next speaker, is a pretty amazing scholar on the subject of Israel-Palestine. I certainly had my eyes open. I'm ashamed to say that up until about 10 or 12 years ago, I didn't really understand what was going on over there. But then in 2008, 2009, I got on Facebook. There was an action called Cast Lead. And it was an action that involved the bombing of Gaza. For those of you who don't know Gaza, Gaza is an enclave that is basically an open-air prison. People can't get out, they can't get in. They've currently been basically bombed into oblivion. During Kaslet, 1,500 people were killed. They were civilians. 500 of them were children. It's still going on. It hasn't stopped. It's only got worse. The United States military machine is bankrolling the state of Israel to the tune of something like $10 billion a day or some crazy thing. I don't even know what $5,000 is, so my perspective is not good. But anyway, in the process of learning about Israel-Palestine, I stumbled upon this most amazing scholar named Alison Weir. She has an organization called If Americans Knew. You can find her online at ifamericans.org. Without any further ado, please give a warm welcome to somebody who opened my eyes and should open your eyes at ifamericans.org. Alison Weir.
Thank you so much. I'm so pleased to be here. Somebody called this a breeze. It's sort of like I'm from San Francisco. This is like San Francisco in July. I was here at the March Against the Pentagon in 1967. That I'm here in honor of my granddaughter who was just born 5 days ago. And I'm here in honor of my father. When I was a little girl, he worked at the Pentagon. I was a military brat. I grew up in a military family. Yesterday, I was at Arlington Cemetery, seeing those rows upon rows upon rows of graves. And I was there to honor one of my relatives that was going to fill one of those graves. And then my cousins who came for that event joined me today. They also were all military brats, Army, Air Force, Navy, and they joined us in this march today. As was said, united, we will never be defeated. I'm proud and happy and excited to be part of a movement for justice, for peace, for human rights for all people. A movement made up of people of all races, ethnicities, religions, ages, sexual orientations, all joining together, all uniting together, despite those who don't want us to do that, all joining together for peace, for justice, and to end filling of graves in Arlington and filling of many more graves in Palestine, in Yemen, in Egypt, in Lebanon, in Syria. And when I was here 51 years ago, and during many of those years, nobody talked about Palestine. Nobody talked about Palestine. I finally woke up to Palestine 18 years ago, so belatedly in my life. And then I went to Gaza, and I went to the West Bank, and I saw children who had been shot, lots of them. And I saw mothers weeping for their children, and I saw orphans weeping for their mothers and their fathers. And I told them I would do my best to tell every single American about them. And that's what I'm doing, and I've been so excited to see that's what so many of you are doing. And together, we're going to bring justice, we're going to bring peace, we're going to end the war machine that both parties are perpetrating, and we're going to vote for candidates of compassion, of honor, of justice, for human rights. My father had the slogan, duty, honor, country. That's what I here represent. But I would add world. Duty, honor, country, world, compassion for all. When I was in Malaysia a few years ago, meeting people there working for these same things, I met a group that was called the Movement for a Just World. That's what we're all part of. We're all working in different organizations, probably, and focusing on various things, but we're all part of that movement for a just world and against war. Thank you.
I just want to make a few announcements because it looks like a lot of people are already deserting us. But we have a lot of great speakers and musicians coming up. And tomorrow we're starting a program called Civil Assistance instead of Civil Resistance. We will be at Lafayette Park in front of the White House at 11:30 till about 1. And we're going to bring food for the homeless. And we're saying that the Pentagon budget, having any homeless or hungry people in this country is a disgrace. We're the richest country in the world, but most of the money goes to war. So if you're still here, come out to Lafayette Park at 11:30. And then after that, we're going to have an impromptu protest in front of the White House because Donald Trump, who's the current person infesting the Oval Office, is saying that protests should be illegal. And we're going up to say this empire is illegal. So join us if you're still in town at Lafayette Park 11:30 and for an impromptu protest in front of the White House. So here comes my colleague Emma to introduce our next speaker. And after our next speaker, we have Ariel Zavon and Flamboyant Flannels will be entertaining us.
I'd like to introduce our next speaker. He is the founder and national director of Movement for a People's Party. Some people know him as Nick Brana. I'm hoping he brings back the Enye and it's Nick Branya. We had a little conversation about that before. So welcome with me Nick Brana or Nick Branya.
Hey everyone, how is everyone? Yeah? Yeah? Maybe everyone should jump at the same time, get a little warmer. There you go. So I want to thank Emma, Cindy, Bonnie, and the whole Women's March and the Pentagon team for putting on this fabulous event. And I want to say that I'm here because 6 years ago, I stood on the other side of those walls. And what I saw haunts me to this day. I was working for John Kerry in the Senate, and the Pentagon hosted what it called a Wounded Warrior Welcome. I attended with my colleagues, and we lined the walls of a long corridor as the Iraq war vets began to go by. Some were limping, many were in wheelchairs, row after row of them. Missing arms, missing legs, sometimes missing both. They tried to hide their pain, but it was often betrayed by a grimace. Watching these poor young men struggling down this hallway, condemned to a life of disability, I was struck with a sorrow so consuming that it was difficult to stay there. As person after person passed me by, my mind turned to one question. For what? For what were those men maimed? For what did Casey Sheehan die? For what were hundreds of thousands in Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Syria, and Yemen killed? Since the Second World War, American politics has been marked by a familiar pattern. both major parties moving further to the right in unison. This shift accelerated dramatically in the 1970s when wages broke from productivity and profits began accumulating at the top. Over the past 40 years, an immense transfer of wealth has created a second Gilded Age of political corruption, trusts, and a new economic royalty. Struggling with tightening budgets, an exasperated working class has turned to the Democrats for decades to level the playing field. Each time, the party has reversed its mandate and carried the nation further into the pockets of Wall Street and the military-industrial complex. The Democratic Party has long since traded its New Deal alliance with labor for a partnership with big business. After reaching for change within the party throughout so many elections and receiving nothing but broken promises, a desperate electorate casts itself into the arms of a racist and sexist authoritarian. The resounding rejection of a political establishment in 2016 proved that an establishment party cannot lead a political revolution. We cannot defeat authoritarian populism from the platform that gave rise to it. America is a one-party state with two right wings. They only give them different names to create the illusion of choice. Working people need a party that will end the wars, slash the defense budget, and redeploy our resources to defend Americans against the most lethal enemies to ever invade our shores: poverty, hunger, ill health. The only thing that is going to stop our nation's march to fascism is the creation of a genuinely populist, anti-establishment progressive alternative. A major new progressive party. A large majority and record number of Americans are now calling for it, and we must answer that call. Thank you.
The Movement for a People's Party and Nick have also been with us from almost the beginning. So now I'd like to welcome on the stage Ariel Zavon and Flamboyant Flannels. So come on up, people. Yeah. I think that I asked the Pentagon if they, did I say this? If they ordered this weather for us. So yay, let's go.
They can.
Yvonne. We are Flamboyant Flannel from Vermont. Jacob Schiller, Dove Schiller, Dove Michael. All right. We're going to start with a song called Refugee Without a Nation. And it's a song about me saying that I am a refugee, we're all refugees. None of us are refugees. Take down the borders, take down the walls. None of it means anything. We're all just people on the planet. I'm neither wasp nor Jew. Got more sting in me than you. From Kansas to the Ukraine, ancestry's a race from pain. Baby hair and gray eyes, my secrets without any ties. Can't categorize my looks, can't find my peoples in books. 'Cause I'm one of a kind and one of many in line. Desperate to find where to get home, a place to come from. I'm a refugee without a nation, refugee without a nation. No people to call my own, people to call my own. adorn my whole body for you. Drapes on jewels and tattoos. My voice seems to be heard too. Is my life meaningless to you? Throat burns from screaming. I'm wailing but nobody's hearing. And above the rest, what will it take to pass this test? I'm desperate to find a way to get home, a place to come from. I'm a refugee without a nation. Refugee without a nation, no people to call my own, people to call my own. Ay, 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 ay. Empty chest, the blood stains will cover the rest. Tears drain the soils and backs break as we toil. Spirits keep soaring and you hear us roaring, desperate to find a way to get home, a place to come from. I'm a refugee without a nation, refugee without a nation, no people to call my own, people to call my own. Refugee without a nation, refugee without a nation, no people to call my own, people to call my own. Refugee without a nation. Ay, ay, ay. Thank you. Hey. This one's called Knaves and Dupes. I'm a misfit in a nation of well-intentioned bullies. While you build fences, I flee the battlefields. My blood runs red, my heart beats blue. Tell me, did your ballad make a master of you? Or did they trick you again, my friend, with promises to make you a richer, better man, to tax you less for the homes they stole, to fill your cup with the water they own, to sell you insurances to soothe your pain, to pump wonder drugs into your veins. Which side are you on, you beg of me? How can you not care, you bark at me? In a land of knaves and dupes, I'll be a renegade without a country. In a land of knaves and dupes, off in the fringes where I'll be.
So, what's going on right now is on Facebook you are only allowed to live stream continuously for 4 hours. So, amazingly, we've been doing this for 4 hours straight so far. It says that we're at 3:56, and if I don't shut down this live stream, basically it's going to kill it in the next 4 minutes. So, as you can see behind me, this thing's still going on. They might have lost maybe half their crowd over this whole time, but they started about 4 hours ago. And at this point, they're still singing. I know they have more speakers. I haven't actually seen a speaker list, but they do have several more speakers. So basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to shut down the live stream so that it doesn't get manually taken down for being over 4 hours. And I will be returning with a part 2 fairly soon, which I suspect won't be more than another hour or 2 long. So far, and I will be back with you in the next few minutes. Thanks.
To the United States when I was 12 years old and witnessed the media propaganda that was covering the war, the way it had completely flipped the narrative to portray portray Muslims and Arabs and Palestinians especially as savages, as backwards, as woman oppressing, camel humping, whatever you want to say, ragged, backwards, uncivilized people, I was completely devastated as a young woman, as a young Muslim woman, as a young Palestinian woman. And so that is why I continue to pursue journalism and start Mint Press today. I am so honored to be here. I am so honored to hear that so many that I have met during this trip in DC, thank you, have been reading Mint Press. It is truly an honor to know that we have been able to spread the message of peace, to hold the weapons industry, the war machine accountable. I really appreciate the readership, but because we are showing the brutality of the wars overseas, our media is getting censored. As you know, there was recently a purge, a Facebook purge that took place that took down over 800 websites and activist pages that specifically hold the war machine and the police state accountable. Well, we are going to be next. We're worried that we're going to be next. And so there's a reason why our kind of coverage and our kind of news is being censored. It's because we hold the establishment accountable. It's because that we show the brutality of the war machine. We give the voices of the women that are left to take care of their young children because of the bombs that are being dropped on their homes across Africa, across the Middle East, across so many different nations that have nothing to do with anything, that just want to survive and live a normal life like we do here in the United States. And so thank you for everybody's readership. I have to head out. I wanted to talk more, but I do have to get going because my baby is shivering. So thank you so much, in solidarity for Palestine, for all the people that are victim to our wars. Thank you.
Thank you, Manar. Next up, we have Dakota Lilly, who is a founding member of Students and Youth for a New America.
Hi. All right, I'm going to be brief because it's really cold. Isn't it great to be part of something that actually calls for a change? Isn't it? I mean, unlike the other Women's March, hate to say it, but, you know, a woman war criminal is not that much better than a male war criminal. A woman imperialist, a woman capitalist is not much better than a male. Move the mic. Oh yeah, for the swaths of people to hear me. You know, something they always say when they want to invade all these countries is they want to invade for democracy and human rights. You know, all these people that say that, I want to take them for a walk through New York City, where I go to college, where every single night over 114,000 children will sleep on the streets. That's in the wealthiest city, in the wealthiest country on earth. That is an abomination if I've ever heard of one. I'm convinced at this point that the reason that we invade these other countries is to make their people as miserable as we are here. You know, there's actually parts of this country where there is hookworm infestations. Over 12 million Americans suffer from an infectious disease that will lead to their death at some point. There's millions of Americans without health insurance, you know, and you know, I'm not against war, because we need a war on poverty, a war on hunger, a war on capitalism. That's what we need. And over here we have a beautiful flag of Honduras, a flag of Zelaya, the president of Honduras, mind you, who was toppled in a coup that Hillary Clinton supported, that the Obama administration supported. Just the other day was the 7-year anniversary of the murder of Muammar Gaddafi, that Hillary Clinton famously said, "We came, we saw, he died." And now what is Libya? Libya is a slave market. You know, like I said, they're trying to make people internationally just as miserable as we are here. And you know, A famous Latin American woman once said, "Capitalism and its oligarchic servants knows that a people that is aware of its rights can never be subdued." And let's prove that. Thank you.
Okay, so these are the diehard people who are sticking around to the very end because we got a couple more great speakers and some more great singers. And so I'm going to introduce mom, activist, and singer Pam Parker.
Hi, and Steve Jones of the DC Labor Corps is going to join me on guitar. So.
Oh, cool.
Can you guys hear him?
Is he doing music stuff then? Was music also his form for this? Interesting.
We're not going to do 3 songs. I'm going to do 1 song. My children are hungry. They're sick from the heat. While I pick the crop for others to eat. And you take my money. You think I don't see. You use it to fire on women like me. My children are ragged, their bodies are bare, while I sew the clothes for others to wear. But you take my money, you think I don't see. You use it to fire on women like me. I live in a dump, my landlord's no good, while I clean the house in a rich neighborhood. But you take my money, you think I don't see. You use it to fire on women like me. I wanted my children to have a good skill, but they go in your army and you teach them to kill. Why you take my children? You think I don't see. You use them to fire on women like me. Now rifles and guns won't win any wars unless you got something that's worth fighting for. But you take my children, you think I don't see. You use them to fire on women like me. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for sticking it out and still being here in the wind and the cold. We're almost done. Next, we have Samira Khan. She's a political scientist and former RT correspondent, and she's going to join us on the stage now, so give her a round of applause. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. I've got to say, it is such an honor to speak at the real Women's March, where we're speaking not just for women in the U.S., but millions of women that we continue to bomb overseas.
Now, I grew up as a Muslim American in the post 9/11 world when both Republicans and Democrats united to invade our countries and then killed millions of our people. Now, Democrats, they think they're doing us a favor by standing against Trump's Muslim ban, but we don't suffer from historical amnesia like they do. We remember when Democrats gleefully supported bombing us after 9/11. The truth is, both parties are the same. We all know that. Those who are getting bombed by the U.S. can't tell the difference between a DNC bomb and a GOP bomb, because there is no difference. Now, a wise leader and also a victim of U.S. imperialism explained this beautifully. He said, in an arena restricted to shades of difference, the shades themselves assume fundamental importance. So when Democrats and Republicans make violent issues of innocuous things, or when they vehemently accuse each other of violating bipartisan foreign policy, the electorate considers the disputes to be fundamental. Now, in addition to carrying out military interventions in 7 different countries, the U.S. actively backs 2 different military occupations, one in Palestine and the other in Kashmir. And using terrorism as an excuse to justify imperialism won't work anymore, because it's imperialism that radicalizes people and creates terrorists. You can't bomb everything to smithereens to stop terrorism. You're only going to create more terrorists. End imperialism and terrorism will end on its own. And because there's bipartisan support for imperialism, it's imperative that we build an anti-war movement to oppose this and stand for not just people in the U.S., but people all around the world that are victims of U.S. imperialism. Thank you so much.
If you stuck around, then you're in for a treat. We're going to bring up the DC Labor Chorus. They're awesome. And we have one more speaker who's going to send us off really strong after the DC Labor Chorus. So you guys are lucky that you were so hardy and stuck around.
Tell me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
Tell me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
I loved it when I started talking to people with their hands over their ears, because, you know, my name is Elise Bryant, and I really believe the revolution would not be televised. So I've been practicing talking without a microphone. Right. Yeah. So when I get one, it's a little loud. But y'all ready? Somebody's hurting my brother, and it's gone on far too long. It's gone on far too long. Yeah, it's gone on far too long. Okay, we got the people's key now. Somebody's hurting my brother, and it's gone on far too long. Hey, it's gone on far too long. Yeah, it's gone on far too long. Somebody's hurting my brother, and it's gone on far too long. And we won't be silent anymore. So this is from the Poor People's Campaign. Somebody's hurting my sister. Somebody's hurting my sister, and it's gone on far too long. And it's gone on far too long. Hey, it's gone far too long. Somebody's hurting my sister, and it's gone on far too long. And we won't be silent anymore. Somebody's poisoning our water. Somebody's poisoning our water, and it's gone on far it's gone on far too long, and we won't be silent anymore. Someone's hurting our children. Somebody's hurting our children, and it's gone on far too long. Hey, it's gone on far too long. Hey, it's gone on far too long. Somebody's hurting our children, and it's gone on far too long, and we won't be silent anymore. Yeah. Thank you. We're the DC Labor Corps. We honor all labor and all work, and we sing a song that came to us from the Civil Rights Movement. I'm gonna lay down my sword and shield down by the riverside. Lay down, down by. Sing with us. Lay down, down by the riverside. I'm gonna lay down my sword and shield down by the riverside. Ain't gonna study war no more. I ain't gonna study war no more. Ain't gonna study war no more. Ain't gonna study war no more. I ain't gonna study war no more. Ain't gonna study war no more. Ain't gonna study war no more. Ain't gonna build no nuclear plants. Ain't gonna build no nuclear plants down by the riverside, down by the riverside, down by the riverside. And ain't gonna build no nuclear plants down by the riverside. Ain't gonna study war no more. Say it loud. I ain't gonna study war no more. Ain't gonna study war no more. Ain't gonna study war no more. I ain't gonna study war no more. Ain't gonna study war no more. Ain't gonna study war no more. Yeah. So I know there are people out there who are trying to sing like ventriloquists with their lips closed and their mouths shut. But I'm gonna tell you this. We don't care if the Glee Club teacher told you not to sing. We don't care if the nuns told you to stand in the back of the room, just move your lips. We don't care if the rabbi threw up both hands with Oi Vega Nook. We don't care if your children ran screaming from the nursery. No, mommy, no, Eddie, no, don't sing again. Please don't sing again. This is not about whether you can carry tuna in buckets, sisters and brothers. This is about empowerment. This is about our voices together. When we sing together, we breathe together. When we breathe together, our hearts synchronize as one. That's why every movement has a singing component to it. So we're gonna ask you to join us in this last song that we get from Emma's Revolution. Peace, salam, shalom.
Peace, salam, shalom. Peace, salam, shalom. Peace, salam, shalom. Peace, salam, shalom. In Jerusalem, peace, salam, shalom. In Nagasaki, peace, salam, shalom. In Charleston, peace, salam, shalom. In My peace, salam, shalom. In Ayotzinapa, peace, salam, shalom. In Orlando, peace, salam, shalom. In Standing Rock, peace, salam, shalom. At the Pentagon, peace, salam, shalom. We believe in peace, salam, shalom. We will work for peace, salam, shalom. We will work with peace, salam, shalom. We will live in peace, salam, shalom. 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 Peace, salam, shalom.
In Quran.
Caracas,
Peace, shalom, shalom.
in the port of Hodeida,
Peace, shalom, shalom. Peace, shalom, shalom. We need peace, shalom, shalom. We will work for peace, shalom, shalom. We will live in peace, shalom, shalom. Peace, shalom, shalom.
Peace.
What's that about?
It's about Basque political prisoners to be sent to the Basque country. The Spanish fascist country moves the Basque political prisoners as far as possible from our land.
Can you speak up a little bit? Sorry, if you could explain that again. I wasn't able to hear you. I doubt that the phone was either.
This asks for Basque political prisoners.
All right, here we go.
To the Basque
We're gonna wrap it up with a rabble rouser,
meet
a
up
serious
again
ass
I gave you my
kicker.
card so that I
Are there no children around? No children around. Good, good, good.
I sent you an email, right?
I would like to introduce my friend and fellow Red Sox fan.
Okay, got it.
She's a little more rabid than I am, but at any rate, a little. I would like to introduce, if I could, the irrepressible MC of Become Ungovernable and videos called Shut the You-Know-What Up. Deb Della Piana.
Yay, Deb!
Oh, what a buddy you are. All right, people. I'm going to start by reading you some of the headlines I've been looking at for the past 2 weeks. U.S. and U.K. throw money at Yemen's humanitarian disaster while profiting from war. U.S. preparing actions in the coming days against Venezuela. The Pentagon, those guys, planning a three-front long war against China and Russia. That sounds like a good fucking idea. And here's the trifecta of stupid. New U.S. sanctions against Iran is a war of nerves, followed by Pompeo arranges mass starvation of the Iranian people, followed by the U.S. is expected to invade Iran with military force by the end of the year. And then this one. The U.S. could restart large-scale war games in South Korea. So here's what I'm here to tell you. This is not about getting rid of Donald Trump. You get rid of Donald Trump and all of these problems remain. This is not about putting the Democrats back in power. Because it does not matter who you put on top of the shit pile, it's a shit pile. The Democrats, by the way, have been extremely complicit in giving Donald Trump his bloated military budget. The president that served for 8 years before Donald Trump never failed to drop a bomb one day of his 2 terms. All right? He left $1 trillion budget to upgrade our nuclear arms, including the introduction of new nuclear weapons. Okay? He also started the Cold War against Russia all over again to protect the most hideous candidate the Democrats could ever have offered the American people, because she didn't want to admit that she sucked, okay? She did not want to admit that the people didn't want her, okay? And the person that the people did want, the people who are still revering Bernie Sanders, he had no problem with election fraud. He just waved it all off, left us all out in the heat, and endorsed Hillary Clinton. My message to you is, the thing that has to change is we need to stop attaching our movements to politicians. These movements need to be our movements, all right? And what I'm telling you is, it's the system, stupid. It is not who you vote for. Now, I'm a registered Green Party person, but I will tell you this. No matter who you vote for that's outside the system, as long as you are trying to force them to work within this system, they will never be able to achieve what they want to achieve. This system must go. And the only people that are going to get rid of the system are the people. All right? The Green Party can't get on the debate stage. You expecting the Democrats to help them out? All right. This is what I hear in the United States. The Greens aren't a legitimate party. Well, you know what? In other countries, the Greens are a force because the people legitimize the candidates. All right? It is time for Americans to stand up now and to stop playing the game from inside the system. It is time now to be on the streets all the time. We don't need to go home from here, get back home and forget about this until we pull it out of our pockets next year. We have communities we can stand up in. I don't care if there's 50 people or 500 people. It needs to be, if I can tell you to listen to anybody, you need to read Chris Hedges. It needs to be continual. It needs to be all the time. We cannot give them any quarter. It's time now to stand up. And you know what? No matter what people say, social media is important because it's how you reach people. What's more important, though, is getting together with those people. And I will tell you one of the things, and I can't give you any details yet, is some friends of mine on Facebook and we're planning a meeting in Boston around the springtime to get people from Facebook together to start moving into actions off of Facebook. And I would like to be able to say to you people, here's the model. We need to get on the streets. Everybody needs to stand up wherever they are in the state, wherever they are in the country, and do the same thing. And that's how you build a movement. Listen, they did this in the 60s with no social media. We need to do this. It's a question of will. It is not a question of it can't be done. The time is now. If we wait any longer, there's no guarantee there won't be bloodshed. That's just a fact. All right? So we need to do this now. Thank you.
Hello, folks. I'm just going to leave you with a couple of thoughts to think about. First and foremost, if you happen to remember after the elections of President Trump and Hillary Clinton got together at a big party. And who was in the middle? A cardinal, right? All right. Do you understand that it was a game? It's not about elections, it's about selections. Okay. I want to leave this parade with a prayer, okay? Please. Dearest loving Heavenly Father God, Son, Holy Spirit, I pray that the peace movement may come back to life, that we may recognize your hand on bringing peace around the world. Help us to overcome all vices, all diseases, all the wars, all the confusion and the division. Help us to be of one mind, as you, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, and all of creation that you have created out of love is of one mind. I pray this in the precious name of the Lord Jesus. May the words of our mouth and meditations of our heart be acceptable in your sight. You are our strength and our Redeemer. Amen, amen, amen. And I'll leave you with the meaning of love. Love is patient. Love is kind. Love is not corrupt or conceited or proud or provoked. Love does not keep a record of wrongs, but believes in the truth. Love's faith, hope, and patience never fails. Amen. And compassion, of course. Thank you.
So all you guys get $500 each for staying. And tell everybody that happened who had to leave early. So
make sure you let them know.
Yeah. So I just want to declare this rally over and the movement beginning. So Love all you guys, and thank you to Bonnie, thank you to Emma, thank you to the DC Labor Chorus. They were amazing. I said next rally, the people who went last will be first, and the first will be last in the next rally, because we're gonna have some more, and you're gonna come. We're gonna be here, and we're gonna do this until the wars end, and that's it, the end. Yeah. They're already gone. Thank you, Chelsea United and
right,
Boston
so
people.
that,
Thank you.
Pretty much concluded.
Movement
so
for a People's Party. Thank you, Dakota Lily. Thank you,
As you
Fury
saw,
from
I know there's not as many
Chicago.
people watching right now because
Peace.
Facebook forced me to shut down the previous live stream, which hit a whopping 4 hours, which is the maximum time that Facebook will let you live stream continuously. So it forced me to make a part 2 after a pause in between. Basically, at this point, she's thanking everybody who did.
Our security team.
But so I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna post some HD clips and things like that soon enough. But basically, I've got to warm up. It's pretty cold out here, and I'm actually surprised that anybody was able to stay out this long. So with that, like, share, subscribe. Check out the Patreon in the description there. Something that's been talked about today and yesterday to some extent is the fact that our work at News to Share, nobody in particular is paying for it other than you, the citizen, the viewer. So if you appreciated these live streams today, I would very much appreciate you joining the Patreon, which is linked in the description of the video that you are watching now. So what do you think about the activists? They have a sort of strong anti-war message. They were talking a lot about how they think the Democrats and the Republicans aren't so different. They were talking about how they oppose Trump, but they feel like Hillary has been responsible for a lot of things that basically that they're fighting against. They focused on Hillary's history, on her record on Libya, for example. So with that in mind, what do you think of their message? Do you agree with them? Do you disagree with them? What do you think about their tactics, the style? They had music, a lot of different speakers. So share your thoughts in the comments, what you think about their tactics and ideas. Be civil, but agree to disagree. No problem if you have different ideas in the comments there. We always appreciate your thoughts. So with that, thank you for watching.